livestream ide, a few more people. Move it, Brian. Yeah. Thanks. I opened the side there and more. It's gonna open everything. Just open the sun behind the trees.
And can we swim downstairs?
I'm not sure how warm it is, but
But you just go down. Get an entry to the beach?
yeah, just walk down.
Yeah.
Yeah, staircase right there. I'm just gonna start.
Yeah, it's good.
Hello, guys. Welcome to HiveFest. Let's hear it. So, HiveFest 9. Time flies so fast. My name is Damir. You might know me as Lord Butterfly. With me today is a man that needs no introduction. We're going to introduce him anyway. Roland, our long-standing HiveFest host. So I'm just going to say a few words before I pass the mic on to him. I see a lot of familiar faces, some new ones as well, which is also always great to see. So HiveFest for me is a time of celebration, of innovation, of community. It's a time when we discuss the future of decentralization, but most of all, it's a chance for us to connect. It's a chance for us to share our ideas with each other and together shape the future of Hive. So again, I want to welcome you all. I want to thank you all for coming, and here it is. Roland, your host from now on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lord Butterfly, for everything you did, making this event possible. You will see the coming days what he set up. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, also thank you for, coming to Split. It's been for me 1 year. I skipped a year, right? So that was a bummer to not be in Mexico. Who of you went to Mexico, actually? Please raise your hands. All right, hardcore. There were even people who went to more HiveFests than me, so that's pretty weird also, because I can't be the one going to the 10th edition, because for me it wouldn't be the 10th edition next year, obviously. But anyhow, it's great to be back, and it's great to be in a greenhouse for once. I'm wondering why everybody's sitting on the right, but I get you. I just looked up on the map. If you're getting too hot, just walk down the stairs. There is the beach called Jezinak. It's just crossing the park if you want to take a fresh dive into the wonderful Adriatic Ocean. It's very much recommended. A bit salty, but yeah, please do so. So welcome to Split. Yeah. There's no preview screen, so... And I couldn't organize this year, actually, because without the help of my new friend, it's my new best friend, it's called Chat. You might know him. He's ChatGPT. He's rendering all these awesome, awful pictures, like this one. The clicker is not working. That's a bummer. 1 second. It does. Okay. Oh, shit, now I exit it. I exit the stage as well. That's back. So yeah, why I wasn't there last year was because I was building a house, but unfortunately I'm still building a house. So we shut down the construction site for 4 days, and the good thing is that I learned a lot. The bad thing is that I mostly learned a lot of Polish swear words. So that's that's not really helping. And the only thing I can hope for is that next year, when hopefully everything's finished, there won't be any leaks, because then it would be a big fail, personally. But let's hope for the best. Otherwise, I maybe bring this greenhouse back to Holland and then sit in that one. Yeah, it's slowly. Hey, there you go. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this year's edition couldn't be organized, and your hangovers of today could not be organized without the help and sponsorship of a couple of great sponsors. And the main one, the big one, is Splinterlands, who remains on the Hive blockchain, as far as I can tell. So thank you, Jabba. Where are you? Yes, thanks a lot, man. Thank you for, well, being a sponsor also for many years already. It's super great to have you here, and I hope you like. You're very well represented, I think, on site. So we'll hear more about the future of Splinterlands a bit later. Thanks again, and thank you, of course, to the, well, our own. These are clickers from AliExpress, so. There we go. Thank you, of course, to the Hive blockchain. Really awesome blockchain I've never heard about, but no, it's really great that we, through the value plan, could organize this year's edition. And last but not least, of the main sponsors, come up, is the Tree Speak. Matt, where are you? Matty is still having breakfast. Thank you, Matt. I hope you like the breakfast. And they call me Dan. He might fly in a bit later, but yeah, they also made sure to have a couple of cocktails yesterday. Yeah, and then of course everybody who is, okay, I will replace this one, who is paying a significant bit more for their ticket. That's really great. So these are the Ithildin tickets. It's named, it was asked, I think, 8 years ago by Gandalf. Hey, I want to sponsor a little bit. Can you make an extra expensive ticket? But I only want to buy a 200% ticket if you name it Ithildin. So then I said, okay. If you want to pay 200% for one ticket, I will be damn sure to call it Ithildin. So yeah, ever since the 200% cost price ticket is called Ithildin. So yes, blocktrades and, hey, that's me, Alpha, Gandalf, of course, and the BDevs, the behind the scene developing, helping out developing the Hive blockchain, Engrave, who's been building the Ledger wallet app, amongst many other things, and Jabamat, also sponsored personally to make this event happen. Yes, thank you. Super awesome. And then Grampo, eturnerx, and SteveVC for a silver, for a golden ticket. I mean, great. And then many people who got tricked into the little script. Hey, you have a lot of Hive power. Maybe you should buy a silver ticket. And you did, but you could also opt for the regular one, but you were so kind to click silver. It's a little nudging working somehow. So yes, Arcange, Elmirabear, Asgard, Starkerz, Crimsonclad, Jarvi, Rui, stoodkev, and they call me Dan. Thanks a lot for helping out and paying some extra. Okay, and a big thank you to Lord Butterfly. Again, I had this friend called ChatGPT, but yeah, Lord Butterfly really showed me. Also, it was already shown last year. I wasn't there in Mexico, right? And the event took place nonetheless. It kept the structure, having a couple of days of conference, doing fun stuff on the side, because, yeah, in the end, when people ask me, so what's this conference about? I say, well, I call it a conference, but basically it's just a reason to get great people come together and have a good time, right? So, that still happened, and previous years I did this all by myself, so going to a country, visiting, scouting locations, doing all the online stuff, and yeah, I found out that it's actually a team can do work wonders, and yeah. So thanks to the Mexico crew for showing that it's also great to work together with people instead of doing everything by yourself. And that's what happened here this year with Lord Butterfly, who well, he basically arranged everything, right? He's a split resident, so he knows everybody here. He knows the catering. He knows these. I mean, look at this crazy epic venue. It's a greenhouse, but we can still see this the Meštrović Gallery by a famous sculptor, by the way, who also has some of these statues, even in Chicago. And this is his gallery. I think we might be able to go inside, actually, also to cool down a little bit later on. No, a round of applause, please, for the Lords of the Flies. Damir, thank you once again. Oh, yeah. Of course, if you want to see the schedule and already see how much we're behind, download or check app.hivefe.st. You can install it on your mobile phone. It's pretty convenient, and you can filter by day and search and find your own presentation. Then please share with friends at home, HiveFest website or YouTube. The live stream is running. Hello, people at the live stream. It's pretty hot in here. And last but not least, the toilets are right around the corner here on the left, and then enter just under the building. So toilets are on the left side, and you'll see a sign. And then, yes, presenters. This clicker, you don't want it anyhow. You see, it's not really performing. But don't steal the clicker. I have a backup clicker, but please don't steal the clicker. Nice, eh? Actually, well, let's get back. Super epic. ChatGPT. Okay, ChatGPT, render a angry-looking clicker who just got stolen. Okay, and for now, tradition since, I think, 4 years ago, right? Because then Arcange started organizing this high five for people who attended 5 times at HiveFest. And this year he brought all the awards, as you might have seen, on his motorbike all the way from Belgium. Please join me on the stage. Oh my God. Wow. Epic. Hey man, how are you?
All good.
Yeah? Is it hot?
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
first one.
There you go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Split. Yes, I made a long trip to come here, but I'm not the only one. There were people coming from the other side of the world, from New Zealand. There was a guy crazy as me that came with his bicycle from Austria. That's awesome because people are really wanting to come and attend HiveFest. So a big applause for you all for being here. And as Roland said, I wanted to reward people doing that effort to travel the world and to come to meet their Hive friends. So let me first repair one error, one mistake I made last year, because he deserved it last year when being in Rosarito, but there was some glitch in the script for the registration, so I will call now my new life to come on stage and get his award for the HiveFest.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Be careful.
Yeah,
Be careful. Oh, stay with us. Comme ça, we will take a picture. Yeah. Yeah. And then, ladies first. She really deserved it. Please, a big applause for Crimsonclad from being here for HiveFest. Please tell us, which HiveFest did you attend?
Which ones? Krakow, Thailand. I don't even know anymore. Oh my gosh. Rosarito, this one. What am I missing? Amsterdam. There we go.
And for you?
I got the same plus Lisbon. Yeah. So everything but yeah, plus Lisbon.
Yeah, great. Okay, no, next one. It's Ermach. Big applause for him, please. Where did you start at your first fest?
I just missed the first one in Amsterdam and last one in Mexico. I attended the remaining ones.
Okay, perfect. And now, I don't know if he arrived. I didn't saw him yesterday. Is Logic here? Yeah, he's over there. Come on, man. Congratulations. When was your first HiveFest? Your first one? In Amsterdam. First Amsterdam or second one? Twice. Twice Amsterdam. Yeah, great. And then we have Fersim, but he's not there. Fersim? Fersim. He's not here right now. Yeah, I saw him yesterday, but he's not yet there. And I should have crafted one for Buka. Yeah. Yuka. Yuka is a dog of Fersim, and he has an account on the chain, and he attended 5 fests. So I think he deserves an award too. I will make one for next year. Congratulations, and hope to see you for the next 5 fests. Thank you. Wait, oh. Thank you.
Yeah, it's really hot. Now, yes, super hot. Yes. And before we start the panel sessions and presentations, I think we've got 10 or so presentations. I want to invite Matt up the stage because he, of course, first of all, please, Matt, come up the stage. Starkerz, ladies and gentlemen, he was already bugging me yesterday evening. Hey, man, why are you so relaxed? You should be more on top of it. But because, yeah, and I asked him, are you already missing out organizing the event? Because obviously last year, he did a great job. But now he's, well, you can enjoy it again, right? Yes. That's better. No, he said to me, I want to do impromptu contest, and he's here to tell you all about it.
Thanks, Roland. Hello. I'd just like to give a round of applause to the organizers. I think they've done a great job so far. Thank you, Roland. So really quick, I spent a fair few hours awake last night adding everyone in this room, hopefully, to the distributor system. And I personally think that a big chunk of Hive should be interacting with businesses and paying HBD into businesses. So they call me Dan, who unfortunately can't be here. So give him a wave. Hopefully he's watching on the live stream or the recording. He's put some money in, and I'm going to put some money in. It's a $300 prize pool. And basically, if you go to distriator.com, and stoodkev has kindly added it into Keychain under the finance section. So if you can't spell it, you can just click on it. So basically, what there is, everyone in this room is a special status in that application because you all have the ability to add businesses in that application. So you can go to the business section of distriator.com, click on the businesses in the burger menu on the left-hand side, and then there's a little plus button on the bottom right, and you can add businesses. And the idea, what I want, hopefully, during this HiveFest, is for people to go and speak to businesses and say, hey, we have this cool currency, there's a group of us here, we want to pay in it, and you can also claim discounts with Distriator. But that's not really the point here. The point is that as a group, we go and approach businesses, and now we have a tool that we can approach businesses. We can create a little profile for them, put their Hive account in it, and the second you put their Hive account in the business profile, every time someone claims in that business, you get paid because you added the business, right? So hopefully we get a few. Already, is Lewis in the room? Lewis and Eric, because Eric needs credit for this as well. So they've already added one business. So they're already on the leaderboard for how many businesses that have been added to HiveFest. So in Croatia, there's already one business. What's the name of the business? Is it near to here? Okay. So if you go to the map on Distrator, you'll be able to see that business added in Split. So basically, we can already spend HBD in Split. So yeah, they're on top of the leaderboard at the moment with one, but hopefully by the end of the holiday or the festival, we'll have some more people who have approached businesses and added them, and then the top 2 positions will get $150 each. So if you've added the most businesses by the end of HiveFest, you'll get a $150 prize pool from me, and they call me Dan. So that's it. Thank you. Good luck. Let's add some businesses.
Right, let's go. HBD to the max. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're instantly gonna continue with the program. Hey guys, good morning. How are you? You're a bit late. Too late. Welcome in the greenhouse. I wanna invite up the stage blocktrades, howo, all the way from Francia, and arcange, Gandalf. Yes, Gandalf. Hey, Gandalf. And howo. Very good. Border. Yeah, we're gonna get a seat. And ja, Pierdola. And Detlef, of course. He will be moderating. God damn. Ah yeah, that's it, right? Yes. No, I don't need coffee. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Detlef, the moderator of the panels this year. Thank you, Detlef. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. And to keep you a little bit more awake, I like to have a big applause for all the geniuses here on stage. So make some noise, please. So we will talk about all the... I need a chair as well, please. Otherwise I fall down. So as we have only one mic, it's quite good. Nobody can jump into the speech of somebody else. Okay, there's a second mic. Plan done. We like to talk about what happened in the development, and therefore we have all the people here. So first of all, if you have any questions in between, just let us know. We will pass a mic to you because this is more interactive and not only singing features from the stage. So we like to hear what is your share of a specific feature you worked over the past year, and please describe your role in that feature. Whoever wants to start.
Oh, okay. That's going to take a while for these guys. But for me, for the past year, I've been working mostly in communities because communities is a big part of Hive because we are just a big community. And we basically, has it shipped? Yes, it has shipped. Community type 3, which is a new way to see communities where instead of being open, you can now have communities where as an owner, you can restrict who can post and who can comment on top of it. And so that creates all of these new use cases where as an owner of a community, you can create paid communities or communities where you have like curators who are already part of it, and you can have a community where only some specific people can post. And so you can have, this opens a lot of different options, because then you can hook it up into all the other options that are offered by Hive. AKA, like if you own a specific NFT, then you're part of the community. If you make recurrent payments to it, then you're part of it. If you give beneficiaries to it, etc. It's mostly about opening the way Hive professionalizes and the way we can enable like ad sharing and revenue sharing for community owners. Apart from this, it hasn't shipped yet, but I'm working on building the Rosetta API, which is, for the people who don't know, the API that is required to integrate with Coinbase. And so hopefully we'll get on top of that. And yeah, I think that's about it.
Okay, he said we were going to talk longer, but I'm not sure that's really the case. I run a team that works on a lot of the core software. The past year, we've been focusing on a couple of things. One has just been making it easier for other people to help us, so make it easier for other programmers to join and work on Hive-related projects. So that's, I think, the main thing. The other thing we're working on is trying to improve the performance and make the software lighter weight so that more people can run it and make it cheaper to run. Because when we started this thing a long time ago, it was kind of expensive to run nodes that supported the entire network, and now it's pretty cheap, but we wanted to get it to the point where anyone basically that has an interest can run a node and support the network, and that's, in a nutshell, all we're really working on.
And something very special I have to mention now, Gandalf, you created something out of the development activities.
It actually works.
It works, and we need a few words from you what this art describes.
Oh, it's not actually art. It's just a visualization of development log files from core development on Hive. So basic stuff like core Hive-D or Hive-mind and how it progress over time since the beginning of Hive. I've cut the logs at the time of fork. So it's 4 years of history of development on Hive.
So it shows by using the data from the development servers who did what over the time and how fast and how much. We talked about this yesterday. It's a cool way to show how much work is going into that blockchain.
Yes, so the title for this video would be like, you have no idea, like how much development is going on, because if you can see the date, there should be date somewhere. The development goes on all the time, and that's just core components. It doesn't include all the apps that are running on Hive. So those are just basics. And those little characters here, they're actually developers.
We keep them trapped on the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go further. We like to know the most significant changes and improvements made to Hive backend. Probably as well, again, some questions to you both.
Okay.
Blocktrades.
We have only today.
Improvements. So I guess one of the most recent ones we did was we added support for, not having to run a block log when you run a Hive-D node. So one of the most expensive things, I guess, was storage. We had a half a terabyte essentially of blocks that needed to be stored. And while it's important that consensus nodes have the entire history, there's a lot of nodes that are running just services and things like that, and they don't need the entire history. So we recently, it's not officially released, but it's in development, and it works now. So that means anyone who's running API nodes can basically, shave off 500 gigabytes of data that they were storing before. The other big thing has really been in the area of making it easier to program, and it's not released yet, but we had all these different libraries for programming in Hive, and now the point is to get just one library, but supporting multiple languages, so that you don't have to learn a different library every time you want to work in a different language, and that we're all kind of working with the same. So it'll allow people to reuse code more often, and that's the whole idea behind this. Is a library we call Wax, and the idea is to make it so that all the common things that people want to do is there, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel constantly. The other thing that's, I guess, been a big project for the past couple of years has been HAF. And the idea behind HAF is all the APIs used to be embedded. APIs are like how people get data from the blockchain. So it used to be, in order to get data from the blockchain, you had to talk to the core node. The problem with that is everybody talking to the core node puts a lot of stress on the core node. So we want the thing to be fast and be able to scale to even millions of users. And to do that, we had to take that data out of the core and move it into external databases. And then even once you have it in external databases, you still need, different people want the data in different formats. And it used to be that you had to have specialized programmers to be able to provide that data. Now we've made it with HAF. Anybody can take the data, that they're interested in, write code that runs on top of that, and then give it to everyone else. So if you have a certain way you want to present the data, you can present it to everyone else in the development community, and you no longer have to have a specialized group that's doing all that work. So that's that. And the third thing, I guess, is documentation, which has often been a complaint. And so this really gets technical in the weeds, unfortunately, but documentation that you read is okay, but it's not great. A documentation where you can try something and test it and see if it works, like in real time, that's so much better and so much easier to work with. So we basically designed that these new APIs that people can create with Half, it's all self-documenting, so that once you create the app, you're also going to just naturally create this interactive documentation when you supply it. So, and that's just going to be a part of everything we do going forward.
Sounds a lot, but this huge amount of work, we talked yesterday, how many people are already working on that? Because we mainly see you two and a few others, but there is a huge group behind.
Yeah, I'm going to guess roughly 25. I don't count it all the time, but I'm going to guess 25 to 30 people.
And they are all dedicated to build up more features, more functions to the core blockchain.
Yep.
Lovely to hear. You like to add anything to the significant changes?
No, what Dan just did is he doesn't want to speak, so he gave it to me, so I have to speak next time.
Okay, let's go to the next one. We like to talk about the, and as was a focus on the last year and maybe a little bit into the future, the biggest technical challenge we had or you are facing during development.
Well, I think it's kind of the same thing across the board. For us and the blocktrades team, it has been scaling and trying to make stuff easier to use for basically Hive requires an enormous amount of data, and everything used to require a lot of time to either sync or make use of. I'm thinking about Half, I'm thinking of HiveMind, which powers communities, if you don't know how this works. And so we've really spent a lot of time trying to make this work on smaller machines so that anyone can build it in like around a day. And that's been the main focus. That's why most of the technology has been developed. Like I'm thinking about OBI, I'm thinking about all of the improvements around Half, which now requires much less space, has been really around scaling. And that's also where we're heading in the future, because I know a lot of people have been asking, sorry, I'm kind of getting to your thing. But yeah, a lot of people have been asking, when are we going to get like smart contracts? When are we going to get like side chains and stuff like this? And the thing that, the reason why Steam failed to build like SMTs way back in the days is because they were trying to build on unstable grounds. And so it just did not scale. And so it was not possible for them to ship the thing without the blockchain exploding. And I know because I did a bunch of tests there. And so the work has always been to be laying like the perfect groundwork so that when we actually want to scale to millions and millions of users, the blockchain can totally handle that with no issues. And it doesn't require a lot of resources from developers. Because back in the days, if you were a DApp developer, you literally had to pay hundreds of dollars in server costs just to run your app. And that was just not possible. That's why we had Arcange, who was developing HiveSQL, who spent like, I don't know how much money making it work, and offered it as an API because it was not feasible to host it yourself. And if you don't host it yourself, then it's hurting decentralization, which is one of the core values of Hive. Yeah, that's the thing I would say.
Yeah, talking more in apps and HiveSQL and other apps, can you let us know what community or what app feedback influenced the development process during the last period? And you might have as well some examples.
Probably more for you, actually.
Oh my God. Well, it's not like one specific community. Usually, like we take feedback from pretty much everyone. Luckily we are quite open with everyone. So when basically people DM us or people make like open letters and talk through posts, and then we listen. We bring it up in core dev, which happens every Monday of the month-ish. We've not been very good at this. And then like every time like a subject is brought up, we discuss it amongst ourselves and we take action on it. So it's not one specific community, it's more like everyone. And then depending on how feasible what they want is, we implement it or not.
So the reason I passed it to him is because honestly, the stuff that I work on, it's not actually a lot of feedback, honestly, because we already know the problems. It's just, we have to solve them, right? And we even kind of know how to solve them. It just takes time.
So you don't need more work.
We don't need more work. Yeah, that's kind of it. I mean, really, the things we've been working over the past years, and even the next year, are all kind of laid out really at the start. When we first started Hive, it's like, these are the things that we kind of need to do to fix things and make it easy to use. And it's just kind of executing on that over time. And I mean, of course, as you do that, you learn things and you make some changes. But for the most part, really, the strategy of what we've been doing has been very steady. There hasn't been a lot of, times when we said, oh, we've gone the wrong way or anything like that. It just takes a lot of time. And so our goal really has been, you talked about what's coming up in the future. The challenge will be the smart contract system we're developing, no doubt. But everything we've done up to this point has been basically building, like Howo said, is the foundation for that system.
My next topic, and maybe we can try to add more speakers into it. The most exciting upcoming feature, what comes next, for my opinion, and we had a little chat yesterday evening while sipping a little bit of beer, is for me the light accounts, because this would enable us, from my understanding, and I don't know how they are integrated yet, way more easy to adapt people from the Web 2 world. So you got the micro back.
Yeah, sure. So, and you were talking to me, so you kind of knew it was going to come back to me, right? So yeah, light accounts is a very big feature, and it's kind of the next step in terms of making the smart contract system, because the smart contract system is a second layer system. So the light accounts are basically second layer accounts that the second layer system can work with. But they reach beyond the smart contract system we're building. The idea behind light accounts is a way to make accounts that any of the apps can use. And you actually don't need to create a Hive account, because there's been a lot of things where people want to have an app and they don't want to immediately have to introduce somebody to everything about Hive, so they just want to give them a simple account to use the intro. And that's what light accounts will do. But they still have, the way we're designing light accounts, they'll still have all the features. You'll have all the the cryptographic power that you have inside Hive. So you'll have your identity, you'll have an account that you own. It's not owned by the app. In fact, when you create a light account, any app can use your light account. You can interact with that app to it. But at the end of the day, they don't control it. It's still yours. And that's the beauty of what light accounts is really about.
As long as this helps us to adapt and onboard way more people, way more easy, it's the way we solve that problem, because I tried it a few times with non-techie people. They got mad.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's aimed at, is that particular problem.
Yeah. Looking into the future development, what are the key areas of core blockchain and maybe the things you are doing, Gandalf and Arcange?
Go first. Yeah.
Well,
one word at least, please.
One? That was it.
Can you repeat the question?
Okay. The key areas of future development or projects we see the next time from you.
Actually, the light accounts is something that every app that scales needs that. So Splinterlands was first to have to break through, and they had to figure out by themselves how to do that, in order to have a lot of users, but don't have to create Hive accounts for each of them. So that will simplify things for other apps that would have to be, well, on scale.
Thanks. Vincent?
I plan to work a bit on making onboarding easier, because that's the main complaint we get from user or app creators. They say it to us. It looks easy for us because we are in 4 years. But new user, newcomers, when they come and they need to create an account, they need to back up their key and so on, it's a bit complicated to them. So that's my next goal. I think that stoodkev has already done a very good work on keychain to improve creating an account, storing your key, so kudos to him. But I think there's still work to do, and that's what I plan to do.
Okay, my iPad says it's too hot here, so we don't have any more questions from that machine anyway. But maybe the audience is coming up with some more questions about next steps or whatever comes from development. Who wants? Okay. Oh, you have a micro?
Who wants to ask a question? Matt. Matt.
I know. Yeah, you mentioned smart contracts, and I know the light accounts are part of that. I'd be interested to hear more about what you guys are working on to support smart contracts on Hive. I know a lot of people are looking forward to that.
Yeah, so I mean, first I should say that we've been building the foundation. So if you look at the foundation is half. It's the database from half and the apps that run on top of it. So the light accounts is, in fact, it will be another half app. So basically, it's a way of scanning through the data in the blockchain and keeping track of, someone can say that they own this key and they want to use it. And so they won't have a Hive account, so there'll be an app that would allow them to say that this person owns this key. So only that person has the key, so they still control the app, even though it got registered for them by someone else, someone who's got a Hive account. Because obviously, in order to get in the Hive blockchain, you got to have a Hive account. But so basically, the Hive blockchain will be tracking the ownership of these keys. They'll be assigning an identity to the keys, and it's a very open structure. So you can define different roles for your keys. So you could say your key is for playing a game, or your key is for transferring some type of token. So it's very open-ended in terms of how many keys you can register with a single account. So it's not like Hive where you got a fixed number of keys. And, maybe you only have one. And it supports basically all the things that you can do with keys at the Hive level. So it'll support multi-sig, all that kind of thing. We're also planning to support more types of keys. So the VSC guys want to support BLS keys for basically being able to do very large multi-sigs, for instance. So that's kind of the light account part of the picture. So that will be used the smart contract system, like any other app, will be to use the light accounts. The smart contract system will in fact be yet another half app. It's essentially a half app that'll be able to run. You'll be able to register contracts in that half app, and you'll track them, and it can execute them. So basically, someone who wants to can just decide to be a server and run contracts on their system. So that's the basic idea. It's beyond that, it's probably too many details to talk about now. Yeah.
All right, one second. I'll bring the mic for the. By the way, guys, there is
absolutely.
If you're thirsty, there is some water next to you on the right side.
So just to clarify a few things, a light account, people will be able to just username and password, just like in Web 2. That's how you get onto it. And secondly, is it convertible to a full Hive account, like later on when someone gets experienced?
It's actually a little bit different. So an app itself can do the password thing like you're talking about. But at the end of the day, you get a key. It still has a key, at least one key. And that key is the part that allows it to be uniquely yours. So the problem with
you still have to store a key.
You still have to store a key.
And if you lose your key?
If you lose your key, you can, we're going to have a restore system, just like you to have somebody to restore it.
Right.
So.
Okay. So it's not completely like Web 2.
No.
People have to understand what a key is, and they have to keep it safe. And
yeah, because if you don't have a key, you don't have ownership.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was wondering how you solve the problem. Because the biggest problem is people don't know how to be responsible with keys. They don't understand what they are.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of why the recovery system's there, though, right? So there's a way to recover your key if you lose your key.
And upgrade to a full Hive account, is that a feature that is a part of light accounts?
It's not in the base system. It's something you can build on top of it, basically.
Right.
But the base system, it is just, it's a system that tracks an identity to a set of keys that aren't tracked at the Hive level at all.
Right. So it will create two classes of Hive users.
Yes, there are definitely two classes there.
Right.
Yeah, that's correct. Thanks.
Also, on top of that, I'd like to add that because it's a Hive app, you can totally build stuff on top of it. So if you want to add something like, oh, I want my recovery system to actually be tied to a phone number, or I don't want the user to deal with the key, and I'm just going to generate like a password through a password is going to match a key. You can definitely build that on top of it. It may be less secure, so maybe it's not a good idea. But like my point is like everyone is allowed to experiment with the system and basically build whatever they want with it. That's the core reason why Hive is built the way it is. Number one is that it uses like technologies that most developers know. It's just basic SQL, basic big quotes. But also it's very modular, and so it's very easy to tweak it and build new things on top of it.
I have a question. What he said, that's basically the idea. Is we're just building like the bottom layer, and multiple top layers can be built on top of it. You can do, yeah, exactly. Underneath, it could just be tracking those keys, and it could be storing them locally, and then you say, well, I'd like to get my key now, please. And, it can give you the key, and now you truly own it. Before, you kind of halfway owned it. You trusted the guys to give you the key. Once they give you the key, you can change the key, and you're totally secure. But there was a key all underneath all the time.
All right. How do you handle custody of like Hive assets, like Hive and HBD, since it's like a layer 2 system?
Yeah, as you might guess, they're not, right? These are you're only going to be able to control second layer assets with second layer keys.
Right. So it's just only layer 2 tokens that they could interact with.
That's right. Or it's not even tokens necessarily, right? We're too likely to always think about tokens, but it's just actions, right? It's
NFTs,
ownership of your
the kind of
account
stuff you're
that's
building.
really at the heart of it.
Yeah.
Is there a way to export the data back onto Hive from this layer 2?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. First of all, this data is stored on Hive. So the way the light accounts are stored, the data actually goes on Hive, because it's going to the Hive database, right? So basically, there's transactions in order to register a key. That's why I said somebody's got to have a Hive account that registered everybody's keys. So there's going to be apps that'll be registering keys for people, second layer keys, but they're all stored on Hive, so that every app is reading the Hive blockchain will know that those accounts exist. In practice, what they'll do is they'll just talk to a server that's doing that. There'll be a bunch of decentralized light account servers running all over. Basically, just like we have half API nodes now, right? It'll just be another API. It'll just be another module that the API nodes will run, so you can check what keys. But the data is actually already in Hive. So I guess maybe the other question you might be asking is there a way that you could convert those keys to first layer keys? And that's open-ended. Yeah, certainly, of course, you could do it. Honestly, in theory, there's no way we couldn't actually take the second layer that runs on half and make it first layer. I don't particularly think that's a great idea, but technically, I think it's possible.
So I wasn't talking about the light accounts at all, but all that was very interesting. I meant, do you anchor the data for the tokens or smart contracts back onto Hive?
Yes, yes. Sorry, I thought I was trying to answer that. All the data that Hive processes relies on the data being on the blockchain. It's no off-chain data. It's a completely on-chain.
Okay, so the inputs and the outputs are both on Hive directly.
The inputs are on Hive. The outputs are just computations based off the inputs, right? So they don't need to be on Hive. They're just what you need in order to know what the outputs are. You need to know A, the input, which is in the blockchain, and B, the code that generates, open source code that generates the outputs. So you don't really need to store the outputs per se in the blockchain. You just need to be able to compute them from open source code.
Okay, so to get the output of all smart contracts, I have to start from the beginning of this layer 2.
Yeah,
and
you'd run
everything.
Yeah, exactly. You replay. That's what you just basically replay the data. That's right. Yeah,
scale?
You can also do things like there's also snapshotting technology. So you could, just like we snapshot the blockchain itself, you can also snapshot the second layer data. So you don't necessarily need to do a replay in theory, right?
Yeah, so how do you have a verifiable proof of that snapshot of data?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, yeah, if you want to have it proven, yeah, if you want to have it proven, it's always provable by a full replay, right?
Okay, so you're not doing a proof of the snapshot. You're just saying, oh, hey, replay the data if you want to prove it.
Yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, I'm actually assuming you're going to replay it yourself, and you just have snapshots, so you don't have to replay necessarily every time, right?
Okay, cool.
Trust the source of the snapshot, right? It's with Bitcoin the same, no? You can opt to start from the beginning or somewhere.
I think he's talking about using like a Merkle tree or something like that.
Okay, Merkel. I know Angela Merkel.
Someone mentioned a Coinbase API. Just curious what's going on with that.
Sorry, what's the question about that?
What were you referencing? It went by rather quickly.
Oh, what is it? So long story short, in order to integrate with Coinbase, they require you to build, let's say, a wrapper around all of their APIs. It's their way of being like, hey, do the work for us, which is okay because they are the biggest. Anyways, so basically, before even starting when you start talking to Coinbase about, hey, can we get our coin on you? They're like, hey, do you have this API? Yes, no, okay, goodbye. And so basically, it's annoying because that API has been built with mostly blockchains like Bitcoin or Ethereum and not like fast blockchains like ours. So it's a bit annoying to build. It's technical details that you don't need to know really, but long story short, yeah, we are working on building this API so that the people on Hive who are working on the exchanges can then resume the talks with Coinbase in order for. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying that this is a preliminary step in order for us to get on Coinbase.
Okay, as we are already running out of time again, I try to have you with one last closing sentence about the upcoming future.
Wow, big responsibilities here. I mean, wow, that's a lot of stuff. In one sentence, I think the future of Hive is going to be modular and is going to be much more scalable. I think that's the way we would put it. And also, in a way that sounds bad, but is actually very good, we are going to lower the skill barrier required for blockchain development. That's the main thing we are doing. Blockchain development is famously very hard. That's why blockchain devs cost so much, and that's why it's so hard to find blockchain devs. Most of the work we are doing is so that any developer can come onto Hive and build with the technologies that they already know and not need to worry about most of the specific blockchain stuff. And that's what we're building.
Yeah, he basically did say it, that making it easier for us to get more developers, making it costless to run the system, those are the things that, I mean, in order to get decentralization, those are the two things you need, right? You need to be open to everyone so that anyone can get involved, and you need to have it be not cost a lot so that there's, it's not this overwhelming barrier of any kind, especially when you imagine, I mean, if you're going to compete with social media that's, huge companies and things like that, you got to get it to the point where it's an everyman thing. It's not just, special technical guys sitting in corners who can run it.
Hive is already awesome. It will be much better. And that's what sentence one.
I would like to give credits to the work that has been done. I'm sorry, Gandalf, I stole your script to show what's going on development on Hive, and I made the same for Steam. So this is what happened on the development on Steam for the 4 previous years.
It's a black screen.
No, you cannot see. You cannot see.
Actually, there was.
Even see the dot.
Yeah, there was one change. They changed the memory required from 60 gigabytes to 300, and yeah, that's 4 years of development.
So kudos to you guys for all the work you did.
So thank you, gentlemen, for that talk. We will have some more time to talk to each other, but the program is going further, and our lovely moderator will let you know what.
Oh, you are the lovely moderator. I'm just the improvisator. Thank you, guys. Thanks a lot, and good luck with building the rest of the half. I want half. I want half. This is a difficult question. It's from Eddie Murphy, right? But I should not explain jokes. I want half. I want half. Is what your girlfriend says, or your boyfriend, when she's leaving permanently. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite up the stage Achim and PH1102. Are they here already? Yes, hi. From the Layotes project. And I'm gonna quickly fire up, hey guys, good morning. Please come up the stage, because it's a little bit hotter over here, and that's really great. I'm gonna give you the clicker. It's a bit challenging, because you have to push it a bit hard. On this side? On the right, yeah. And then it will work, but just so you know. One mic? Oh yeah, the second microphone, yes, sure.
One. There
you go. So that's working. So if you push the one, you continue. Yeah? Just be sure to press it a bit hard.
Okay, guys. Welcome to HiveFest. I now understand the analogy behind the greenhouse. We put all the Hivians here and the hive to grow faster and to grow bigger. And that is kind of a point of our project too, to help Hivians. Not that techie stuff like we heard before, but just yesterday in the opening drinks we were talking with the world mapping girl about which one is more important, community or developers. And in the end we got to the conclusion that there is no life without each other, so both are important things. And we are more the second part. We are those who try to motivate communities and go forward. So we are two guys. We joined the blockchain around 2018, 2019. And from the beginning, the mission was to build up that hive power and to empower other Hivians and try to build a community around our project, which actually wasn't a community project, but it just happened to become. So, Akim will say, what is Layotes?
So, Layotes, when it started, we had plenty of ideas. We actually started a shop where you could buy stuff with our tokens. Things evolved, a lot of things changed. We had to adapt. We actually had a rental shop for Splinterlands cards before Splinterlands actually implemented it. But once they implemented it, our shop was a bit old-fashioned and we gave up. So what remained is that our tokenomics were from the beginning our guideline, and they actually worked out quite well. We have several tokens on Hive Engine. We have Layotes Mills. It's a mining token, and whenever people purchase Layotes Mills, we actually collect hive power it up, and so it allowed us to evolve quite nicely. And we have then these Layotes Mills produce Layotes Energy. This is another token, and so whereas Layotes Mills are backed by the hive power, the income from this hive power is backing Layotes Energy. And so let's go to the next. So with the income, a part of the income is actually burning these Layotes Energy tokens on a weekly basis. And this allowed us to really grow our accounts and sorry, and that's up to you to go on.
And we noticed that people like to earn on Hive. So we created 2 diesel pools. One diesel pool was very interesting because nobody did it. We actually pooled our miner token with our mine token. So nobody did that. And in that way, we connected also rewards with that pool, which APR is now interesting. Also, just to mention, the rewards are actually income from the project, which buys back other tokens and put in the pool like a reward. And that mechanism actually did that people, without having a tribe token, they could lock land tokens inside the diesel pool. So, and after that, we created the other one, the Swap Hive land pool, just to raise, to have more liquidity for our tokens, that everybody can actually sell the tokens if they receive or buy them and not move the price that much. Okay, now the question was how we keep people motivated. As I said, we didn't create a community, but community just happened, and people just joined the Layotes project, like commenting on our posts, and it was very, very spontaneous. And actually, the presentation in Hamburg bus party was community without the community. It was really, really curious that people just liked the idea and how we managed to do it. So we have these sub-projects on Layotes. One of them is our big curation, as you can see. We currently have 5 curators, myself, Akim, my path of fire, Jesus, and Paloma. And we are creating posts and upvoting those posts with our high power that we have powered up, which Akim explained, by cells of land miners.
Then we also tried to keep people motivated, and we have introduced what we call Layotes missions. It's a weekly post that we feature, and we simply ask a question. And it can be ask your opinion, ask your experience, but also sometimes we make some brainstorming. And often we ask questions that we are interested in that allows us to develop the project. And these posts get quite a good resonance in the community. We have a lot of interaction, and sometimes discussions are started. It's a lot of fun. It takes a lot of time to answer the comments. And then we kind of merge this idea from the missions. We give kind of credits to our members, and this allows them to climb in the Layotes ranking. This is a ranking where you can also collect points by staking our miners, by delegating to our pick voting project, and then we pay like monthly prize money to the top 15, all things to keep people motivated to go on and to interact with us.
And another interesting sub-project, or we can call it like that, is the Power Challenge, which we are doing like a yearly event where we collect the top 70 in Layotes ranking and we follow their high power. And it's interesting that it's very, very motivating people when they saw, because we're creating occasionally these monthly posts where we say who has how much high power. And people do not pay attention on their accounts, but then when they see how it goes, they were, oh, I was growing like 1,000 high power. That's great, that's great. And just by motivating each other, the collective high power of the community actually went up all the way from the beginning.
So we are now kind of working on the next step of the project, because we have the feeling that we have ways that are quite proven how to keep people motivated to interact with us. And now we want to go a step further, and it's to kind of bring people from outside to our community. So we are thinking that it's not easy to market something like Hive, but it's easy to market a community like us, to show how people can profit from us, show them, try to find their needs, try to get them there, and maybe use tools like online courses, email marketing to try to automate the whole process and try to kind of create a funnel to bring people to our community, and by that, getting a Hive account without them even realizing it, and that's a bit our idea. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you. What kind of funnels are you looking into?
What kind of funnels?
Yes, so we actually both have some experience with affiliate marketing and such kind of things, and we were thinking about using existing tools, because it's not really possible to build all this on Hive, and since the process of creating a Hive account is not that easy for a newbie, we would like to do it with existing tools, try to bring them with catch their emails, send them emails, and then little by little build up, offer them knowledge on a drip basis where they just get what they need to know, and not overwhelm them at the beginning with what Hive is all about.
I would just like to add, there was an interesting project under the CTP community when they did the tutorial, and by showing one by one video, by step leading Hivians from content from the account creation through content creation from other steps. So going toward that idea, the only problem is that we are completely opposite that you guys. So you are coders, we are not coders. So maybe with help with some coder, if somebody wants to join, that would be great. As we really think that education is something that we need, like the documentation for Hive, the same thing for some simple people who just want to create account and do something, and we think that's important, and it's probably that's why a lot of people just came here, because they like the idea, but they lack the information. So and that educative. I know that there were some talks about that idea, but nobody did it. I don't know why, but maybe we will do it. Any more questions?
Thank you, and just to finish, we also have a Hive witness and a Hive engine witness. We would be very glad if you could give us a vote.
Oh yeah, that's another thing, that all things that we are building inside the Lyotes actually goes back to the community, so goes back to the token. So these are source of income that are going back to the token. So that's important to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, great. So we have 5 minutes to grab a quick water, or should I bring in some bottles? Or maybe we can ask the Lord. 5 minutes and we continue, okay? Afterwards we have a bigger break. But if you want, you have 5 minutes. I set up the next presentation. But really, 5 minutes, yes? No longer. Clock is ticking. logistics failure, but we're gonna continue. And then after this one, we do a bigger break. Is that okay? Okay. Yay, yay. Okay, guys, we're gonna continue with some traveling. So please travel. Okay, I see you here. I see you're here. Hello, people in the backstage. Dear people in the backstage, we're gonna continue the program. In 20 minutes, we're gonna have a bigger break, okay? All right. Some respect for the people killing themselves in the greenhouse. Oh, okay. Alrighty. Yeah, you have it, right? Hey, yeah, you're after this, okay?
Yeah, who do I send my presentation?
You already sent your presentation, no? Long time ago.
But I added a video.
Okay. Yeah, I'm checking the sound. 1 second. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. With the microphone?
Attenzione, attenzione!
Ladies and gentlemen, we even have, it's not as cold inside, but it's nice inside, and you see our screen and slides where we spend so much time on, so feel free to join us here on stage in the room.
Ready? I don't know. Ready?
Steady.
Go. Another community project. I
Yeah.
love this community so much that Detlef finally managed to get me on stage.
This was even the bigger problem as the code we had.
True story.
So-
No, and I also learned in the last 2 years, I went to many conventions and many world conferences and stuff like that, but there's never been a community like you guys. You're crazy. You're writing weeks before. I'm happy to see you. You haven't even met yet, but you're happy to come here and be here, and coming from all over the world, such a diverse group of people. So it's an honor to be here with you today. Thank you.
Yeah, and we bring you some news about a baby we just got without ordering it up front, like Project Something Appear. So you all probably know the former PinMapple project. They said they like to stop it, and within seconds my fingers typed no. So this is what happened before and what we did so far during the last 3 months. We will explain you a little bit and go into the future.
Yes. Yeah, because the travel community is a big part of the Hive community. And I don't know about you guys, but when I was traveling and blogging, I felt like an ambassador for the community, because every time I went to the hostels or the hotels and I was blogging about the last spot I just went, people were like, what the fuck are you doing there? What, you get money from that? What, you can finance your travel with that? You have your own map? That's cool. So we really had to save this baby and couldn't let it die. Okay.
So we renamed it to World Map Pin, and you might go a little bit further over there to use the clicker. And what is World Mapping? And this is quite simple. It's a map you, your app, and other could use to pin the posts to the place on Earth where it took place. So, you know, sometimes I visit bars to have a beer or something, so I'm not now allowed to add this to my own map that you can see where are all the nice places. And we saw there is a huge community with more than 14,000 people, and this has to be kept alive.
Exactly. Let's see. What else? Yeah, and it is already 7 years old, this project, since Matti Rees and Living Pauline is also here. Clap for Pauline! Living UK Taiwan. This project is quite old, and we always kept the quality. Like every day, we were curating all the posts coming in bad, good, best. And we have 120,000 posts now on the map. It would be really a shame to give that away.
Yeah, and there is a team of 4 people who spend a lot of time to go to each post, which is new each day, and grab the 3 best one and a couple of horrible mentioned posts. And as you see here, each user will have still his own map. And what you see here is our first beta, which we release during the next days, which gets a little first redo in the front end and a bigger redo inside, and this is what we like to explain you a little bit more in details. I think this is a wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, it was when I was traveling, I had my map, right? So I really love to see the pins growing and be like, I'm discovering the world, and I can see it afterwards. And now I'm like the former nomad. I settled down, and I still can see all my memories. I can share it with my family, and I get new inspirations on the map from other travelers. And sometimes when I feel stuck, I just go and click and see what are the others doing and traveling with them. So now I have a lot of new places on my bucket list actually that I wouldn't have seen without the map. Okay.
Yeah, next slide. We are as well getting some nice numbers for the whole community, which gave us even some more power to keep it up and running. So it's ranked in many of the statistics in the top 10, and I think it's one of the biggest community we have on Hive at all. But let's go to the roadmap. So give you a little bit background. 2017, who was in Lisbon? And exactly on that trip, the first map service started. I did my first post before it started, so I felt addicted to the whole thing. And then there was a rename, and you see now we're in June 24, where our team, and we will show you the members in a minute, took over this. And you see the first release later on, which we called Split, as the first beta release. Therefore we go further with more development, more ideas. And at the end of this talk, we like to get your ideas of what you love to see in that application. Team.
Yeah, when we heard that PinMapple is closing down, my heart was broken. And also Kim's heart was broken. He's also part of the former PinMapple team. And we said, like, this is a shame. We should really do something about it. But we're just 2 people, right, doing the curation, and we need also development. We wanted to make it grow if we would take it over, and then Detlef came. He said, like, do you feel the same? Do you want to find some other people and make this happen? Because it's a big chance also to make it grow. I think the PinMapple team did a really great job over the past years. But now this is also a chance to make something more out of it, to develop it further. And this is also why we said, okay, if we want to do this, we need a group of people, of experienced people that know Hive, that we have the community part and the development part to make this bigger and see where it's going. And we have to include also the Hive community and see what their needs are.
And this was so easy because our phone and other communication channel get a bing and said, well, can I help? This has to survive. Can I do something? So here you see the people from the curation team, which Liz knows quite well.
Yeah, curation team is myself, Kim, and Laura Mika, she's also part of OCD. And GB, Glesserioberto, is a friend of Kim. He's quite new, but he's doing a great job as well.
Yeah,
Still
then
learning,
we have the
yeah.
communication and moderation on Discord, where we get Louis88. You will see him somewhere around here with a camera, with his twin brother Rivals. And we as well have Goodfish, who couldn't attend because he's sick. Louis as well helps with some of the lovely graphics you see. We have Sansi for end-user testing, and with the development team there, we are quite proud to get the arcange to help us to run the whole thing. He did a lovely, great job by the transition. He spent hours and weeks to get it done. Then we have our new developer team, Master Swatch, Uniforce, and Louis as well helps with some tricky things in graphics and tries to destroy everything, as he has so much fun with it. But let's look into the future. So what we showed you until now is what happened, to give you a little bit better understanding why are we here. So this project now has a nice management, we have a great team, so we look into the future and use this really as a tool on Hive to onboard more user, because a map is simple. We will add some more features like some gamification fun, some countries you visited and other things. And even more, we like to find a way to finance the project by itself. We are really proud to get the proposal done in a quick time, and we are so thankful to everyone who voted this. So from there we think it's a nice way to start, and from there we have some more jobs to do. And again, I like to request your input. Talk to us, talk to the team if you have any cool idea what we could add. Therefore we are here, we collect all the information and make a structure out of it to see what we can create out of. So, where we are. We build, we maintain, and we develop. Therefore, we have some more information to you.
Yeah, that was our promise when we started the proposal, that we say, first step, go in the cockpit, check everything, get the code running, get the new account running, get a new team, and make everything happen so we can onboard the community in the second step, and then take the journey, go on the journey all together, developing it further.
So first part, what did we build, what did we develop? There you see the new development team sitting somewhere in Aachen in a beer garden, accidentally, talking about some more things we like to do. And we got the infrastructure working, and we create, as you see, is a little picture underneath here, and later on the website, we created a new style around it, and kept everything going in just this 2.5 months. To keep it in mind, this was a bit stressful, and yeah, we take every applause. But we did it, and we did even more.
Yeah, also, I think it's the first time that we met face-to-face in the curation team, and the new curation team. They are based also all over the world. Laura Mika is in Argentina, the other two guys are in Philippines. We were in Germany and Belgium. So it was not easy to find the window, but we did it, and we did it twice already, which is great. And yeah, I mean, we onboarded the new team members. We restarted the daily curation. Also, thank you, Arcange, for helping setting up the curation tool, so we could start really fast doing the curation again. Also, thank you, Living, for letting us know what else you did all over, like the whole list you did over the past years to keep the quality, like checking the community for abuse, checking if everybody is pinning the post on the map, if it's generated or if it's fake or not, stuff like that, which is really important to keep the quality. Yeah. Did I miss something? Oh, no. Yeah, so right now we are doing the daily curation. We are checking the community, and we are also answering all the comments within 24 hours.
Yeah, from a development side, we mainly, as I said before, created a totally new version of the code, which is necessary in each software project. After a while, you learned the stuff, and why we are talking about this, we like to explain this as well for your projects, for your ideas, to just start, and on the way you will find new lessons you have to achieve, new things you have to solve, and it's a process, and it's quite fun to doing it. Deadlines are horrible, but sometimes you need as well deadlines to get it done. Just a few pictures of how the first new version looks like. We created a little bit, can you see it at all? It's so, okay. We created a little bit different view. There is a few buttons up there which are way more easy to handle, and even the service, next slide, whenever you click into your own map, you see your own picture and the amount of pins you do, and if you go into this, it's way more easy to navigate through all that, as you see it on the next slide, where you see that there get automatically a list of things happen there. And here you see the world mapping sticker. This is a hidden anchor for me, because if you look in your bag, you see 2 world mapping stickers, and whenever you do a post and you put it to world mapping from a location, put a sticker there and make a proof of pin that this sticker is there, and from there sometimes magic happens. We went to this first place for coffee yesterday. Guy was really nice, food was okay, little tiny shop. As we are also shy, we talked to this guy about what he's doing there, and a day after, Louis88 stopped by there again and said, well, could we buy coffee with HBD? So it's the first shop now here in Split where you can buy coffee, your breakfast and other things by HBD. So make sure you go there the next day to show that our thing is working. But we go further with this design. You see how many pins we have, you see in which areas there are. So these are the first things to do some more gamification, some more fun out of all that numbers in our database. Yeah, as we got funded by our proposal, for sure we have to give something back. So the code we created, all the stuff we did is at GitHub, at open source, how it should be if you are running a project on Hive, where you get some money, some HBD from Hive to pay at least partly of the cost and all the stuff you have. Phase 3. Phase 3.
Yeah, you want me to start? Well, for my side, the community part, you're more the nerd. For me, it's important that we do a lot more for the community. And Discord also, that we don't have clear ideas yet how we can manage that, but I would love to have more interaction between the travelers, because we have a lot of active travelers going around the world. And it's nice to have the map like as a travel guide, but it would be even nicer if Discord is be used as recommendation platform, for example. That if I'm traveling to Bali and I would write, hey, I'm in Bali, what can you recommend? Some people can answer, or we can even meet up and find new friends and find new communities to onboard. That would be a big goal. Maybe we do also some games or stuff, I don't know. You're happy, like I'm happy if you get us some ideas also, what else we can do there. But this would be like a big goal. This is very important for me. And yeah, we have some other ideas.
Yeah, other ideas are, for example, that if you run an app already, we like to have a way to integrate the code snippet we have into the app to make it way more easy for end users to make a pin somewhere on Earth. Other things, if there are some smart finance people with tokenomic skills around, I love to have a chat, because we like to set up maybe next year something around this with world mapping to reward people, but as well have maybe some Web 2 businesses or already Web 3 business or some other things who put some little, medium, big funds into it to grow the whole system, that we maybe only need a year or maximum 2 the funds from the Hive blockchain to have it running by its own. And again, any crazy idea is highly welcome to be discussed in our team. Actually, we are more or less gone with
I would
this.
just say, like, the big vision is also that we integrate other communities as well. It's not just the travel community, but also the others, because what I'm seeing right now is, especially at HiveFest, we connect from all over. We have different interests, we are really diverse community, and building the communities on Hive was great to have the communities, but I think there's some link missing to get them all together again, not only on HiveFest, but also on the platform. So for me, this would be like the big goal in the future, to maybe use the map also for other communities. I don't know how yet, but to reconnect, make like a bigger web for the whole Hive system.
And for all the technicians, for sure, we plan to have several tags which you could do to your pin, maybe to tag a museum, tag something else, that we can specify the pins for different maps, for having really a source of information. And all this could be easily done, but it needs a plan and a clear structure, otherwise we end up in a big mess.
Yeah, and also like that we could combine it maybe with more financing models, because we do have some people interested, or agencies even interested in the map, because it's old enough and we have a lot of quality on it, but we want to think smart and make it like good for Hive, so we can make a big impact and give back to Hive. And so we still don't know how to connect those two worlds in a good way, but there are some ideas already.
Yeah, we already talked about the future, and which brings us to some ideas of the new designs. The clicker is a mess. There will be a nice looking website sooner or later. Here are some more or less ideas, you can skip this, which brings us to an easier way to use pins creation, view the whole thing, and gamification. But next slide, we have as well some of our nice hoodies here. So Liz will announce some activity tomorrow, how we draw at least 1 or 2 of these nice hoodies, because it's not warm enough in here, so you might need some nice stuff around to really sweat. Yeah? But this brings us more or less to the end, to the last slide. Yeah, here we are, looking forward, play around with it. There is a staging system out, there's a new system out, and we like your feedback. Positive, negative, say we are crazy, whatever, we like to hear it, because only when we hear it, we can do better.
Okay, thanks a lot. Double, yeah, stereo. Hey, thank you very much, Liz and Detlef. So tomorrow you'll be announcing the contest for the hoodies? Yes? All right. Okay, great. See you then. Okay, so now the long-awaited 15-minute break is happening. Really? Okay? And then see you in a bit with Miss Bitcoin, and after that, khaleelkazi from Leo Finance. All right, grab a water, hydrate, and don't forget to take a little dive into the Adriatic Ocean. I'm gonna do it, I think, in lunch break. See you in 10, 15 minutes, max. Podcast, on YouTube, X, Telegram. What else? Nespresso. That left. You got some water, Miss Alejandra? Alejandra? Alejandra. Alejandra. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, in the back, are you ready? Hello? Hello? We're going to continue the program, okay? If you want to join in for the presentations, totally welcome. First up, Miss Bitcoin, afterwards Khaleel from InLeo. Let's start. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue. Miss Bitcoin, Alejandra, how are you? Yes? Yes, I'm fine. I just came in yesterday. Hi, Alejandra. Welcome to HiveFest. Welcome to Split. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm excited to be here with you all and know more about, of course, this festival because it's my first time.
Great. Great to have you here. I see you got a new haircut, right?
Yes, it's a new haircut. I did it in Ghana these days that I was there. I went for 5 days with Maxam. I don't know where he is.
So here is the clicker. I told you all about it.
Sí, perfect.
Okay, take it away, yes?
Oh, okay.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Alejandra Bajardo, Miss Bitcoin. And, well, they call me Miss Bitcoin because when I went to Miss Universe, I represent El Salvador. I'm half Salvadoran and half Mexican. And as a traditional costume for Miss Universe, I don't know if you know, but in El Salvador...
Sorry, but then you're visible on the...
Okay. In El Salvador, Bitcoin is legal tender, so you have to use something traditional about your country, and I decided to wear that. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about what I'm working in El Salvador, what was my initial project when I went to Miss Universe, how and why, how I went to Miss Universe, because that's the story. So what I basically do is I focus on health and Bitcoin, because in El Salvador, it's legal tender. And I'm gonna tell you a little bit of how I started growing my own organic food, fruits, vegetables, medicinal plants. So I do it in the decentralized way, of course. 11 years ago, my dad got pancreatic cancer. That's one of the most difficult cancers to overcome. Even Steve Jobs had pancreatic cancer. He had all the money in the world, and he couldn't make it. So when we were at the hospital, they were going to remove my dad's pancreas, and they told us that he had a 50 chance to survive, a 50 not, because out of 10, 8 die. It's super, super hard to live without a pancreas. So he made it. He's still alive, and I will tell you why. After 11 years. Thank you. The doctor told us after the surgery that he was only going to have 1 year of life because it's really hard. And he's been 11 years. And it was because we started to grow our own fruits, vegetables, cannabis. We started to grow cannabis. We started to do CBD oil because cannabis regenerates the cells. Or oil, it only has CBD because the CBD it's the one that actually regenerates the cancer-regional cells, and it's the one that potentialize the THC. So the cannabis has CBD, THC. The THC is the one that gets you high. The CBD it's the one that they use for medicinal purposes. So we do it in cold, so it doesn't get you high. It only regenerates cells for people that has cancer, Parkinson, tumors, fibromyalgia, muscle pain, you name it. It's a miraculous plant, and it saved my dad. So that's why we started to do this business. My family, they live in the outskirts in a ranch in Mexico City, and they grow all the medicinal plants there. We also have curcumin, Jamaica, fenugreek. I don't know if that's the correct name in English, I'm sorry. We have a lot of mushrooms too. We have different teas for different diseases. And because my dad was cured, because my dad was alive, we started to give the CBD oil for people in need that didn't have access to doctors or medicines in the ranch where we live. So people that had tumors in the brain, people that had cancer, old ladies that had Parkinson, we saw it. They started to take the oil and they started to be a lot better. I remember this little kid, she had a tumor in the brain, and the doctors told her like she was gonna die in a few months. She started to take the oil and the tumor started to reduce. So it was something incredible. And to keep continuing helping all of those people, we started to do this business that it's called Itzayana. It means gift of God in Maya. And then for me, growing your own fruit, vegetables, what happened to my dad was a very important project and mission to tell to the world. And what was the best idea to expose it? It was in a good platform, a big platform like Miss Universe. Because I know some of you will think that to be a Miss, you only need to be pretty, but that's not enough. At the end, you need to have a project, you need to have a message, you need to inspire, because at the end, you are the representation of a whole country, and a lot of people is seeing you and is hearing you. So if you have a good message, a good project, then you should expose it so people can support you, because they will hear it from you because you are Miss El Salvador or Miss Mexico. So for me, it was very important to talk about how to be self-sufficient in your food. Grow your own food, because the system doesn't want us to be cured. The pharmaceutical system is the biggest of the world, and of course, they will never want you to be cured. So they will always keep you captivated with medicines and pharmaceuticals. So for me, it was really important to tell the world to try at least to do, if you don't have a garden, it doesn't matter, you can do it. I will show you how I do it. Oh, but I don't know. Okay, well, it doesn't show here, but I do it with plastic. I grow there strawberries, I grow beets, I grow lettuce, I grow spinach. So I give the plastic another life, you know? So, and it's super easy. Also, I explained to communities, I went to communities to tell them that they can even do, hydroponic system, so you don't use soil, you use less water, you use less space, and it's a lot faster. That's the way I do it. Okay, then I wear the Bitcoin costume at Miss Universe. And so when I decided to use the Bitcoin costume, I told the designer that I wanted to be about Bitcoin, and he told me, no, not Bitcoin, because Bitcoin doesn't represent us. And I was like, why are you saying that? And he said, because the government made it to steal our money. And I was like, what are you talking about? And then I understood that the government made something wrong. They put Bitcoin as legal tender, but they didn't put any education. So all Salvadorians, they didn't know anything about Bitcoin, how it worked, why it worked, all of that. So after he told me that, I was like, okay, after Miss Universe, I'm gonna go to public schools and start talking about Bitcoin, how it works, why is it important to use it, and I explained them about how money works nowadays. And I went to public schools to talk with little kids, and I would tell them a story. Like 10 years ago, two brothers had $1 each. One of them put $1 into Bitcoin. The other one put $1 in his piggy. And 10 years later, the brother that had the dollar in the piggy, he still had $1. And the other one could already buy a car. So I explained them like this story so they can understand how the money works, how the system will always increase prices, but devaluate the money, and how we need to get out of that system and have our own money, because at the end, Bitcoin is the money of the people. So I started to do these educational projects, and I gave them like a free shirt of Bitcoin. So I started like a t-shirt business. So with that, I could go to the schools, give them free shirts about Bitcoin, and so they can remember everything that I told them. And then I had a project of doing this app for wallets for kids, so they can understand everything about crypto, Bitcoin, so it will be very easy for them to have money. So that way, every time that I go to schools, I will make them download this app and send them some sats so they can know how it works, because that's the only way that you can actually learn, you know, like doing it in that moment. And then when I went to the schools, I started to give them the shirts. So this is one of the styles, but the one that I gave them to them, it was like white with a B, only with a small b, you know. And so every time you bought like a shirt, you will have like, you will help one of the kids to give them a shirt. And also this brand, it's made in El Salvador, so I was helping like this women community that they will do all of these shirts over there. So this is the brand, and also you can make like sponsorships. You can put your marketing in the box, so it all comes with like a QR code, and they can download your wallet or download whatever the company has, you know, like a link, like a discount or something. And this is one of the projects too that we are helping. So I went to these communities in El Salvador that they didn't have access to clinics, hospitals, and I went with these doctors that they give these free services for people that has cavities, for moms that are pregnant, all of that. So I decided to also raise funds to make clinics, small clinics in these small towns that they are forgotten. It's super hard to get there. There's not even like pavimented roads. And with that, it was the project of Bitcoin Skull. I'm sorry, but this sun is super hot. Can I be here? Is it good with the camera? Okay, perfect. Okay, now I can think clear. And also, no, it's good. It was good. One of the reasons that I came to Ghana was to, yeah, and then also the drinking water in El Salvador. So now I'm going to talk my experience in Ghana that I went with Maxam. So can you come, please, Maxam? Yeah, give him up applause. Yeah. one of the reasons that I came to Ghana was to be part of this amazing project that Hive is doing. They launched today one of the 18 water wells in this community that they didn't have water. They had to go to the river that is 40 minutes away walking in the jungle, and now because of Hive they have potable water. They can cook, they can drink, they can wash dishes, everything.
Bring your hand. Amen.
Speak a little bit and then I'll give you the microphone. No, she. So. So this was an incredible project because how could these communities didn't have access to water, that they had to walk a lot? I remember your friend told me like, yeah, they have to walk sometimes 2 hours because one way and return with these baskets full of water. And I was like, wow, like this is incredible that Hive and Maxam are doing this for Ghana. But now let's tell us a little bit, please, because this was because of you.
Thank you very much. For hivers who have followed Maxam for some time know, I'm known for the Hive Boho project, which started 2 years ago. And it's incredible, I'm so excited about what Miss BTC has been doing with cryptocurrency. And it's not something different from what Maxam has also started. In fact, it's amazing to see how cryptocurrency, how technology has improved the lives of people. And the most important thing of this project is to see being a part of the community, giving back to the community. This is not something that someone from somewhere did. We are talking about a project that a member of the community has done. This is what Maxam did for his people through the Hive blockchain, and it's incredible. So I'm super excited that Miss BTC followed me to Ghana, and we were able to visit Ghana for the latest Hive Boho launch, and it was incredible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maxam. He was an incredible host. He showed me Kumasi. He made me try all of his food, and it was incredible, very spicy for me, but it was great. And I think these projects, we need to do more. I'm so happy that Hive is doing this. And definitely, I want to do something in El Salvador. I was telling him, like the clinics that I told you, it would be amazing if we can do this funding for these clinics. I already know perfectly where they need it. And also, well, all the world needs help, but we need to start with something. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alejandra. And Maxam, really awesome, super inspiring, and super great to see all these water wells popping up in Ghana. But you want to put up water wells in El Salvador, Alejandra? Clinics, okay. Mike, okay, Mike.
Okay, so I experienced this in this town with the kids and with all the women that they didn't have access to doctors, medicines, all of that. So for me, I will say first clinics, but yeah, for sure, water wells can work to everything, you know.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Super epic. Stay. Wow. So it's funny. I'm missing my dear friend Vincent Puzio. Who else is missing him? Do you remember him? I'm missing him a damn lot because you know what he used to do at every HiveFest? He would put up the next presenter's slides. That's something now I do. But yeah, so I'll be back in 20 seconds. Exciting music, exciting waiting music, elevator music. Yes. T-T-D-T-D. T-T-D-T-D. Preview. View. Enter full screen. Yes, it's working, I think. There you go. So, ladies and gentlemen, just yesterday, another flight got delayed somewhere in the world. And on this flight was this guy who I never met before, only in VR. And I couldn't be there last year in Mexico. So it's Khaleel, all the way from Chicago. And thanks for coming here. He's going to tell you about the rebranded Leo Finance. Obviously, it's now in Leo, right? Hello, Khaleel. Welcome to the stage. Please tell us all about it, all right? Did you know, by the way, that Ivan Meštrović, the gallery is dedicated to him, has a big statue in Chicago? Didn't know that. Okay, you should. Yeah, definitely. All right, here's the mic.
All right.
And you know the clicker. It's from Ali.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Hey, everybody, I'm Khal. So, like Roland said, I'm from Chicago. And Leo Finance rebranded to InLeo, I think it was about 7 months ago. But really the vision has been to decentralize social media, which we are all very familiar with at this point. So really, AliExpress, clicker. Here we go. So you're gonna think that I made these slides in the Uber ride here, and you would be half correct. I'm more of a do it live type of person, so I will leave as much time for Q&A as possible. But really, we've got a couple problems with social media in general. So when you look at platforms like Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, which is obviously now X, there's a couple core problems, but there's two that I've really been focused on for a long time. Censorship is obviously a big one. We are all very familiar with that. So, one thing I've wanted to chase down is how can you really democratize social media and allow people to post content and really own their data. Hive does a really good job of that, and we'll get into that. And then monetization. So, on existing social platforms, the majority of accounts that make money are the accounts that are obviously at the top. So the ones that are, the Mr. Beasts of the world that get the majority of views. So what I wanted to do is solve these two problems and do it using Hive. So I've been on Hive for, I think, 8 years now. And obviously, we're all familiar with how it started. And I think it did a great job of solving these problems from a technology standpoint. But from a usability standpoint, that's where things really needed to change. So Leo Finance started as a kind of crypto finance, community on top of the Hive blockchain. And then we kind of evolved over time, added new features, added new ways to do things. And as time went on, new features came out, and then we just decided, it's time to expand from just crypto finance and make it about more than that. So by solving, the problem of censorship, which is really, can you own your data? It's the problem that crypto in general solves. By having your own keys, you truly own your own money. And Hive allows people to do that by having their own keys and owning their own data. So what InLeo is all about is putting everything we can on chain. So we want to take, whether it's a blog post or a thread, which is essentially the same as a tweet, we want to put all of that directly on Hive, pull the data from Hive, store the data on Hive, And when you own your own keys, you own all of that data. So even if a website like Inlio were to take you down, or the website itself goes down, you can always go back to the chain and retrieve that data. So you've got threads. Blog posts is what we're all very familiar with, have been for years. Shorts just came out in the last literally couple weeks. So it uses 3Speak's backend for videos, and then the front end we built really looks like TikTok. And we put all of that on chain as well. Polls we came out with about a year ago. So we've got one account, one vote, and then we've also got stake-weighted voting. Leaderboard, referrals, creator subscriptions, I'll kind of get into as well. And then the monetization aspect of things. So, we talked about solving censorship, which is really put everything on chain, allow people to own their account, which allows them to own their data. When you put everything on chain, you also have a really interesting way to solve monetization. And I'm melting up here from the sun. But, when you put everything on chain and you have tokenization, you can allow creators, even at the bottom, to earn a lot of rewards. So it allows people who have no following to come in, and even if they earn a penny, that's going to be a lot more than they earn on other social media platforms. So you look at like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and they've built, obviously, multi-billion-dollar businesses on the back of user-generated content. So when you put it on chain, you allow all these creators, no matter how small, to earn something for obviously being on the platform, whether it's a comment, a thread, a blog post. So that obviously has a really interesting solution in terms of monetization. You'll always have people that kind of stem towards the top. So there's obviously people on Hive that we all know and love who earn a lot of rewards, and then you've got a whole spectrum down from there. But what's really interesting is if you went to another platform, you would earn absolutely nothing. So that monetization aspect is obviously very interesting. And then from there, we've got Premium, which, we essentially built this platform and then said, how do we create monetization around, the whole platform, the whole ecosystem? So obviously other platforms like Twitter and Facebook monetize through ads, and we do as well. But another thing I wanted to look into was creating premium accounts. So you can essentially turn your account on Inlio, your Hive account, into a premium account by paying monthly, and then you basically get access to extra features. And those extra features, basically just make the platform more fun to use. But at the end of the day, they monetize the token. So 100% of the revenue generated from that actually buys the Leo token, and that's what drives its value. And then creator subscriptions, that's something that's actually going to go live probably right after HiveFest, as soon as I'm available to not be here and be in front of the computer. But that's going to allow basically Substack-like features on top of the Hive blockchain. So you'll be able to encrypt your content on Hive, and then you'll actually be able to sell a monthly subscription to other users, and they'll be able to view that private content. So technology, I've talked a little bit about it, but obviously when you put everything on chain, you need a place to do that. There's, and I was talking to Matt from Splinterlands earlier, a lot of people ask, why do you build on Hive? What's the point? There's a lot of other blockchains out there, but Hive has some really unique features, especially for a platform like us, to allow us to put everything on chain. So, if you look at other blockchains, like obviously the notorious, Ethereum, where most people, hopefully I don't fall, where most people build stuff, the key difference is Hive allows us to put all this data on chain very cheaply through resource credits. So I think that's one of the most interesting systems that's ever been built for mass data storage, especially at a social level. So we've built everything on Hive largely for that reason. Then you also have the existing community. Obviously we have all of you guys, and then we have all the people at home who use Hive on a daily basis for whether they're playing Splinterlands or using 3Speak or using Inlio. There's so many different things that you can do on Hive. So tapping into an existing user base, especially one familiar with the ideas of decentralized social media, is obviously a great thing. And Inlio started about 5 years ago, so we've been doing it for a while on Hive. And then you've got the various APIs that we've built, which has always been planned to go open source in the long run. So really just allowing the technology we've been building to basically be used by other platforms. And then, like I mentioned, we've got premium and then creator subscriptions, which are about to come out. And those allow people to actually monetize their account, and it uses HBD as the payment system for that. HBD, obviously, if you don't know, it's a stable coin, and I think obviously one of the best decentralized stable coins out there. But there's a lack of usage in the real world. A lot of different people have been tackling that issue, and I'm excited to see that, and Inleo is one of them. And then aggregation technology, something that I'm really excited about is LeoDex. So we've been building that for the last 6 months or so. It's built on Maya protocol. But what we've done is aggregate the Hive blockchain to Maya. So we allow Hive and Hive tokens to get traded across Maya. That solves another interesting problem for me. And obviously I have a financial background, but the interesting problem has been that Hive is not available on that many exchanges. A lot of people want to buy Hive and trade Hive and use it, but there's not very many places to do it these days. So, decentralized exchanges are slowly gaining more market share, whether you look at Uniswap or Thorchain or Maya. So my goal has been, how can we get Hive to those places? And aggregation technology has been kind of the solution for that. And then Leo AI, obviously something that I've been teasing to the community for a long time, but I won't go into too much detail about. But we've been training an AI model on all of the Hive blockchain data. So obviously Hive is all open source. All that data is publicly available and usable. So we've been building it on Llama and training it on everything that's on Hive. So a new feature that's going to be coming to the UI later this year is going to be the ability to actually ask, basically think of it like ChatGPT, but trained on your Hive blockchain account's data. So you can say, I've written 100 blog posts, over the last 5 years. Which blog posts have performed the best, and what are some, kind of key things that are similar about those blog posts? So you can basically ask, just think of it like a personal ChatGPT that's trained on everything on Hive. And I think that that's going to be a really interesting use case. ChatGPT has made OpenAI obviously a ton of money. One of the reasons for that is the $20 a month subscription. So we're going to be bundling Leo AI into the premium account that people can get on Inleo. So that kind of just furthers the monetization around the Leo token. So look out for Leo AI later this year. And then I saved some time for Q&A. I'm not sure how much time. But if you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hands, and Roland will jump around.
We have 5 minutes for questions, and I directly like to start with one. And you mentioned the API in your tool. Is this already available? Can we use it for what?
Yeah, good question. So there's, I don't even know how many APIs at this point. Some of them are open, so there's certain ones, like people have been pulling premium data, on accounts that are premium. And then there's other APIs that are available through LeoDex. I'd say probably about 10 to 15 are open source right now. But I really, over time, want to just open source all of them.
Okay, more questions. Right.
Hello there, Khal. It's Brian of London here. The creator subscriptions thing is interesting. Yeah. You're going to be doing email integration, because I think that's really hard to do, but I think it's an absolute killer app if it's a Substack-like thing with email.
With email. Yeah, that's a good question. There's no plan to do email with that right now, but I do think that could be obviously a really interesting integration. The question is, how would you integrate the encryption layer of that? So I think we could do something interesting where we take people's email addresses, and then it sends you basically a link to the encrypted URL. So I think it would be doable, but no plan on that right now.
I'll just a little follow up on that.
Yeah.
I actually don't think that the important part of Substack is the content that you pay for. I think that creators who just give everything away and use the correct language to ask their audience to support them do better anyway. And I am looking for someone on Hive, and I just don't have the time, to create that system where every one of your posts gets mailed out to your private mailing list. And in the shape of what you're doing, asking for the money back. rather
Yeah.
than the encryption side of it.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if you wanted to do just all your content the way you're already doing it, I think the cool thing is that we're building this creator subscription model. So you'll be able to just ask people to say, hey, go and subscribe to me, and the payment system is already there for them to pay you monthly. And then however you want to handle it from that point is completely up to you and your audience. And then like I was talking about the APIs earlier, you know, eventually having more APIs available for these subscriptions, you could further customize it, probably even build your own UI around it, would be kind of the long-term vision behind it.
Any more questions? There are a few. Wait a second and have an extra applause.
Do you have any plans to integrate with VSC?
I feel targeted. I think we are probably the best, you know, one of the best platforms to integrate with VSC. You know, with us and Splinterlands, you know, we're some of the biggest tokens on the Hive blockchain right now. So what I've kind of said is, you know, I really like what VSC is building, obviously, and I think that more, you know, second layer solutions are really important. And I've always talked about how I believe the layer one should stay, you know, layer one. It should stay very base level, and then the second layers that you build on top of it are very important. So I think what we're going to do is build in parallel. So what I want to see is, you know, when VSC is ready, you know, allow us to launch a token on VSC that runs exactly, you know, identical to the one we've got on Hive Engine, and see those run in parallel for a while, and then either, you know, pick the fastest horse or see if it's possible to just keep both. So, you know, we've integrated with Ethereum, Polygon, BSC, and Arbitrum, and then obviously with the aggregation tech on Maya. So I'm very much a believer in like a multi-chain future, and I think that that includes layer twos. So I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be built both on Hive Engine and VSC, and really just find ways to integrate, you know, kind of all the solutions in one.
Yeah, so VSC is ready now. You could write contracts and deploy them to our testnet. Let's talk later.
Yeah, yeah. I'm definitely interested to talk later, and I've been talking with Vaultec a lot as well, so definitely interested.
One last question. Someone? Someone? No?
She's laughing because I'm melting up here.
Yeah, it's
but feel free to ask more questions. I'm good. It's like a sauna. It's a free sauna. It's actually a public sauna.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Khaleel. Thank you very much for enduring the sauna. By the way, tomorrow, guys, we're in the cellars of the Diocletian Palace, and it will be cold. So now enjoy some heat, absorb it, and bring it tomorrow, because it will be cold. Maybe even bring a vest. Ladies, cold-blooded ladies, bring a vest, maybe, tomorrow. Okay, we've got one more presentation before lunch. And then, who's going to go for a swim? It's really 50 meters down the valley. Who's going to go for a swim? I'm going for a swim. All right. We're going for a swim. But a quick swim, right? Because well, first, one more presentation. Okay, so Grampo, he was for the first time at HiveFest. It was then called, I think, what was the name? Steamfest. It was called Steamfest, right? Yeah, Steamfest. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Steamfest in Krakow already 2018. It was very fiery. It was a bear market, and he came up and he was presenting the beginnings of Wavio, and now it's been expanded from blogging into custom open maps, right? And you're building up on your own technology, and you're here to tell us all about it. So please come up the stage, and I will fire up your presentation while you're at it. Ladies and gentlemen, Grampo, already long-time Hiver. Next year, 5 times, right? Yeah, who knows?
Thank you. Well, I guess it's my turn to boil in the sun. Okay. So it's almost like a tradition to present something new during HiveFest, to show something that can be used by users. And this time we were presenting Web3 maps on Hive. So before going and diving into details of this, I want to point out the object reference protocol. First, it was just like Roland mentioned, it was introduced back in the day, 2018, I think 2019. The idea was, is it possible to record something more than just posts and user profiles on Hive blockchain? Can we record, let's say, a page, like, a wiki page? Can we record information about a product? Can we record information about a company on the blockchain and do it in such a way that it can be easily referenced in user posts? So that if I write about cafe, can I just use the name of that cafe in my post and then link to it? And then we'll have a separate page for that cafe. And anyone who ever referenced that cafe will just appear as reviews on that page. And that was the beginning of this reference protocol. Since then, we introduced a lot of different items that can be easily recorded. And today, I'm glad to bring to you Web3 maps. So today, we'll see how they're integrated into user profiles. How can you build custom maps? How can you integrate them into your own projects? And the whole point is, none of that requires any bit of software development knowledge. Just basically point and click type of thing. Okay. Good. So the first step is pretty simple. So this is information about the business. It is all of that information, by the way, is recorded on the Hive blockchain. And well, I'm from Vancouver. This is one of my favorite spas, which is Art of Sauna. And so now, if I want to add this to my profile, the only thing I need to do is basically just click the heart. And when I click the heart, I show basically my appreciation for that business. I didn't even post a comment or wrote an article about it. But now it appears in my profile. So the profile, just like basically we have blogs, basically my blog, we have my wallet, I have followers. The same way I have a map. Basically, every user has a map in their profile, and for you to add something to that map, you just need to heart it. That's as simple as that. So the next question is, well, sure, if the business is already on the Hive blockchain, that's pretty easy. What do you do? And there are hundreds of millions of businesses that are not yet on the Hive blockchain. So how do you add them to the blockchain? And the solution is that Wavio offers a Chrome extension, which you can install on any Chrome compatible browser. That will be Brave, that will be Edge browser. So you will have this small orange icon in your browser. And then you can go to Google Maps, you can go to OpenStreetMap, and just click the business. So in this case, it's just Google Maps. I've selected the Peak Performance clothing store. And now I can just click upload to Wavio, and everything else is being taken care of. So that business will be automatically uploaded to the Hive blockchain. And now I have it in my map. It's automatically added. So you don't really need to do anything. That's how simple it is to add the business to Hive blockchain, and that's how easy it is to add to my own map. The next one, we will talk about custom maps. So what if I don't just want to limit myself with my profile, where I can obviously share my destinations with my friends, with my followers. Maybe I also want to build something unique with this. And the protocol now allows you to build custom maps. So to build a custom map, all you need to do, you go to write a new post, and on the right side, if you're on a desktop or there is a create new object on a mobile, there is a list of different types of objects that you can create. So this one is map. Next one, you simply define the map. In this case, it's a coffee map. And the third step, you just customize it. Customization is pretty simple. In the base scenario, you just have a list of companies. It's also a list which is also directly published on the blockchain, where you can just add businesses, and they will automatically appear on your map, on your custom map. So when you add a business to the list, it appears on your map. When you remove it from the list, it disappears from the map. So that's super easy to manage. The next one is if you're dealing with large numbers of businesses, let's say we're talking tens of thousands of businesses and locations, what do? There is another approach. You can filter it by tags, because every business, every restaurant will have tags associated with the listing. So I can, in this case, this particular map is filtered by coffee shop hashtag. And yes, I mean just regular cafes. When I've been to Amsterdam, apparently coffee shop refers to something else. So we're just talking about in its basic sense, cafes. And now I can have all of the businesses that have this particular hashtag mentioned, they will appear on the map. So if I want to remove any business from the map, what I just need to basically reject the hashtag, and that will be automatically removed from the map. So that's how easy it is. And finally, you can have it, the initial map view, to be customized for the desktop. So when you open the map for the first time, what do you see? Do you see the entire world? Do you see some particular area? Maybe you want to focus on a particular, maybe you're just doing a travel guide for Split. Okay, so then you want to focus map on Split, and that's basically the basic settings that you add. That's it. That's how simple it is to launch any map on Hive. So the next one, I want to show some examples of how maps been already integrated into Hive projects. So there are many projects that have been already experimenting with maps. So the first one, okay, no, let's see. Yeah, that clicker has it better of me. Yeah, maybe 2 slides. Yeah, and one more. Nice, thank you. I present you Camping Mapper. Camping Mapper has a map for all the campgrounds in North America, mostly focusing on United States and Canada. And the idea is that basically, besides having a full social shop with all of the items, there are thousands of items that are relate to camping, something like what you need to take if you're going on a camping trip. Now the project has a detailed map, and one of the ideas of this project is to do mapping for wild camping, something that's pretty difficult to find. So like basically places in the forest where you can have a tent, maybe put your RV. In North America, there's still a lot of places where you can do that, just wild camping. Another project is coffee. So coffee is obviously a very popular topic on Hive. Lots of posts about people starting their day with coffee or building their own recipes, sharing their experience using different coffee making methods. But now there is also a map of independently operated coffee shops. The idea is that independently operated cafes give you a very unique experience, and that's what makes it so interesting to go and check. So this is the same map that I showed you being configured in the example of a custom map. So now it's just part of the project. All of these projects are complete Hive front ends. These are dedicated apps. You can pick any subject and you can build it without any knowledge in software development, no code required. Yes, this is cleangirllook.com, and this is a beauty project. Sophia represented this project last year for the first time, shared her experience of launching this project, and today there is also a map of salons. So basically beauty salons with nail, hair, skincare, and also the focus is on independently operated ones, and there is a vast selection. We're talking about like 15,000 different locations in North America, and this is all of that information is available on Hive. So now people can reference that in their posts. The knowledge is being accumulated on the Hive blockchain around these listings. And another project that I want to highlight is Accept Crypto Map. This is a global project, and this is a map of all of the locations where crypto is accepted. Bitcoin, Bitcoin Lightning, obviously HBD. So, and this particular shop also has big section about different crypto products. You can get references to, let's say, buying a ledger, buying maybe some swag, all of that. So this is running off the Hive blockchain. So next time you want to see and find a place to pay with crypto, HBD is obviously preferred, and we'll hear more about that when Matt will be talking about his Spend HBD and Distreon project. But by the way, Spend HBD is also using this particular mapping tool to manage all the businesses that accept HBD. But we'll let Matt talk about it. So. As you can see, you can have a lot of different applications for maps. It's very simple to create projects, and if you have any ideas, let's talk. I will be happy to maybe brainstorm it together with you, and if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask them.
All right, thank you. Yes. APS.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. You've presented a whole lot of websites that are doing cool things with all their backend on Hive. Is there a list, a centralized, like a point where I can, so I can remember in a year's time, and I remember I want to find where the crypto things are, or where the coffee shops are, or where the camping shops are, that I remember there's a Hive thing that I can go to? Is there something like that? And secondly, does this provide the ability to basically create your website? Say I've got a new business wanting to run a ferry service between Cyprus and Israel, a sailing ferry service. We say, I want to start up the website, and I prefer to do it on Hive. Can that be done using what you've got?
Excellent question, thank you. So first, obviously, as all of these projects are being launched, and they're launched by different people, and that's actually just takes really like 10 minutes for you to launch your own project, and you can integrate something that you will be building on your own, But you can easily create shops which already integrate social projects that can easily integrate all these maps. The whole idea is that the structure and all of the information is on the Hive blockchain, so you can reuse it immediately. Just launching a project is basically you just create a website, give it a name. There are a couple ways of doing it. You can have a website instantaneously under the social gifts domain, but you can also create your custom domain, and that will be complete front end with all of the profiles, all of the users. Users on your website will be able to access their wallet, make all of the crypto conversions, all the decentralized exchanges are embedded there, so you don't need even to leave your account to do any of that. You can create custom news feeds, so communities. You can filter all the posts talking about travel, or you can have about sports, particular type of sport. Yes. So launching all these projects is now becoming extremely easy. And the question about the directory, which will bring them together, yes, there are basically some of these directories are managed by Hive.io on Hive, basically Hive. They're Hive projects. So yeah, some of these projects are listed there, some of them are not. But yes, you can basically today have your own completely under your control front end for Hive, and you can integrate. You will have search, you will have community, you will have business pages, product pages, everything.
I just had one other thing that I remembered. Obviously, World Pin Map is doing mapping, and you've been doing it for a long time, and you are moving into mapping. You're both storing your underlying data on the Hive blockchain. Is there is the World Pin Map stuff available on your maps, and is there stuff available at yours? I mean, that's obviously what Hive allows. Like, say with Hive Engine tokens, there's 4 or 5 different websites you can buy and sell them, and that's one of the amazing things. The underlying data is public and shared, but you can have different front ends. So is there integration? Is there a plan for integration?
Well, you're spot on. And the point is, because of the data is on the public blockchain, it can be easily reused by different projects. So, and I'm glad to see different approaches to maps. For example, our focus of this particular protocol were around businesses or specific locations. Mapping, global mapping is more about, creating a pin, which is like, maybe it's an event or something. So it will be extremely interesting to see how these can be integrated. We'll definitely have a lot more discussions about it. And the idea is all of that community knowledge that is being accumulated on the Hive blockchain to make it easily available for all the projects that you want to build. And the main point, it's like Lego. You just basically build. You don't need any software development skills to do that. Thank you.
To make a long story short, we need to have a few beers and discuss how we integrate it.
Yeah, we'll have some beer, for sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Grampo. Thanks a lot. And with that, the morning ends, the sun stays, but you are very welcome to get some shade. Lunch is served in the backstage. The sea is waiting, and we're gonna continue at 1:15 all right? 15 minutes past 1, so you have almost 1 hour to get some sea. Ladies and gentlemen on the live stream, hi, I hope you're doing all right. We'll be here, there will be an empty stage for about 45 minutes, so do some upvoting and see you in 45 minutes again for the second part of Day 2 HiveFest 2024 live from Split, the sauna of Split. The program again. Everybody, oh yeah, some clappings. So everybody got some lunch. So the buffet is actually empty. So that's good or maybe bad. Tonight we're going for a gala dinner in a super epic location in a restaurant called Restaurant Guzar. We're going there by bus. And the bus will leave here after some drinks, I think. And then we all go there and have a nice 4-course meal. But before it's about dinner, we should really continue the program, right? Mama, van die view. Mama van die woeie. Van die W. It's so fun. Fans. Where's the fans? Hi guys. Hey ladies and gentlemen, let's continue the program. I heard Arcange wanted to drop by on the stage. I should also stand on the stage. Hey, we're gonna continue, okay? Is it okay? Yeah, whatever you want, but we're gonna continue, and there's a special announcement. Special announcement. There's a special announcement on the stage. Where's Arky? Young Archangel. Motorbike. Hell's Angel. Arcange. Hell's Angel. Yes. Yes, please. Oh, it's burning hot. Oh, it's such a hot. Yeah, is it? So we're streaming again. Hello, live stream. How are you guys? You're really missing out. I just went for a swim in the Adriatic Sea. It's super salty, but very nice, especially in these temperatures. Tomorrow we'll be in the Khaleelkazi Palace. Yeah? All right. Okay, what's the real pronunciation? Diocletian Palace. Right. Okay, Vincent, please come up on the stage because you have another of these wonderful high fives. There you go.
Yeah. He finally came here. So let me simply call first him on stage to receive his HiveFest award. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And for all you those guys, please come to the next HiveFest. Oh, no, I need to say something. There is one missing trophy this year. It was M331. She deserved a trophy. Unfortunately, there was again a small bug in the counting. So, but she made it 5, so she will receive a trophy next year with her friend. So see you next year. And to the other, see you next year too, and maybe you will get one nice crystal trophy.
How many do you have left? How many of these trophies do you have left?
Until now, I don't know, I need to count.
Okay. No, I mean, it can help for people to come by because maybe you finish them, right?
No, because you have your name on the trophy, so each year I need to know who is coming and who is not, because if you are coming, it's a very, very personal trophy with your name on it. It's not just a simple stuff, you know?
No, of course. Okay, great. Thank you, thanks a lot. Okay, we're continuing the program. Do not forget to drink. Do not forget to sunbathe. I want to invite up the stage from Krakow, Hallmann. He's here to tell us all about his community efforts in the city of Krakow, right? Królestwo? Yes, please come up on the stage and I will fire up your presentation. It's nice to be here. I heard he only wakes up at 4 p.m. and then goes back to sleep at 4 a.m. So this is really something that this guy is right here next to me, actually enjoying the sun instead of the moon. I'll put up your presentation. 1 minute. Yes, and the clicker is fixed, by the way. There's the clicker. But let me first get the presentation running.
Yeah. And how to switch on the video with this?
think it will start automatically. I hope at least. No, not with that.
So, hello, I'm David. I'm from Krakow. My nickname is Hallmann. And I would like to tell you about the Królestwo bez Kresu, the place in Poland using Hive. Point here, okay. Yeah. Yes, it works. So what is the kingdom? The kingdom is a non-commercial meeting place which combines culture center, cafe, library, museum, and school and co-working space. All these things are in our place. Actually, it is really hard to tell you about the kingdom in these 20 minutes because we do really a lot of stuff. So I won't tell you, for example, about chocolate we produced from cocoa beans from Ghana, for example. But yeah, I will tell you about how Hive solved our problems. But first, I will show you. I will show you the movie, or I won't. Yeah. Can you open this? There is a music, la la la. Yeah, so it is just short clip made by My New Life from our activities in April. Oh yeah, no, yeah. So in very short history, we was born in 2015 in Rzeszów. It's completely different city in the eastern Poland. We landed on a Hive we landed on a blockchain occupied by Justin Sun in 2018. And immediately we started to do some community meetings in our place and promo this blockchain. Then in 2019 we had to evacuate from Rzeszów because our contract expired for renting the place. So we decided changing the city and we moved to Krakow. But we had 1 year renovation there. We opened our place or reopened our place in 2020 during the pandemic. Our place when we moved to Krakow became more and more inspired by Hive. We started to use Hive on very different levels, not only making meetings, but also use Hive to solve our problems. Yeah, and one of these was tokenization, not problem, only a solution. Based on Hive, and it solved two major problems. First is financing. With places like ours, it is a non-commercial meeting place. It is not a business. So in Poland, usually place like this survive maximum 2 years. And after this, they are closed because they have no funds to work longer. We have the same problem. we have more cost than donations because we based all the time on donations. And we cover these differences from other projects and other ideas. And yeah, you see here are on this picture there is a box, and people came and put some donations in a box, and it was not very good. You got a good system to let this place survive. So yeah, we did our own token. It is called Ritzar, and you can receive this token for volunteering and for donations. And from the other side, you can spend this token on some rewards. So it is a kind of crowdfunding in Poland, but usually crowdfunding in Poland works like transfer 20 zlotys and you will receive Mac, for example. Transfer 30 zlotys, you will receive Mac and something else. Yeah, but we just gave to people tokens, even during this refurbishment period, and they could spend this token, for example, now where this place is running. So first is receiving rewards, and second is voting power. We were inspired by Hive to do this a kind of implementation in our place. So people have tokens, and these tokens are voting power for them, and it really works. People donate our place with bigger money because they know that they have influence on this place. If they have voting power, they can decide about the future of this place. Yeah. And the second problem is promotion. I thought to some of you that promotion is one of the biggest challenge in the work. Yeah, like you have good product, but 80% it is promotion. And here you can see Adil or Blind Spot. He is a doctor from Kharkiv. He escaped from Ukraine after war, and we hosted him in March 2022. So then, after 2 weeks spending in Krakow, he went to not to Amsterdam, to Netherlands, and now he lives there. And he is a very good example of our problem, because in Amsterdam on HiveFest he met My New Life, and My New Life lives just around the corner from our place, like 2 minutes. And Adil told him that this place exists. So, yeah, as I said, it was really a problem for us to reach people with information that we exist. Yeah? Oh, no. Error, I cannot. Oh, yeah, I can. So, how we solve this problem? This year we receive some funds from Value Plan, and we decide firstly in April to spend 1,000 zlotys, means 250 HBD on advertising on Facebook. It didn't work much well. We had 26, I think, newcomers in our place. But on the other hand, Khaleel, which is running here with camera, came thanks to this advertisement. So it was, for this it was good result. But we had a plan. We didn't have plan to pay Facebook more. We just wanted to collect the data. And in May, we started to do something completely different. We rewarded, and we are rewarding people for their activity on Facebook with our token. So they can come later and spend these tokens for drinks, for example, or other things what we have in our place. And it started work. Now on every event we have new people. So tokenization solved our problem. We support not Facebook, not corporation, only users. And it works much more. I can tell you more in private talks with details. Go. Oh yeah, yeah. So there are details. 3 times more reach, 5 times more some interactions, and algorithm started. Algorithm show our event to random people, not only friends. Yeah, you use Hive also for other things, like I said, voting. But it is voting on many different levels. Yeah, we have book club, for example. Every second Saturday of the month, it will be this Saturday. And people are voting for books which will be on this book club. And of course, some other proposals. Everybody can make proposal in our community, and there is a voting. Next is daily reports. We every day published a report on account Królestwo about what was happening in the venue during the day. And it is also for us, it is very good database. Now I can look what was happening 2 years ago, for example. But also for donators and for our observers, it is also a sign that something is happening, and they know already what is happening. And also on my private account, I write down every my idea about the kingdom, and I have feedback, and it works really great. And I highly recommend this method to any NGO in Poland, for example. It works. It is like a kind of second brain. Next is crowdfunding. It is logical because the platform led you to be rewarded for your content. And moreover, we did some account called Hive.8, and it is dedicated to some supporting Ukraine. And for example, I think we collected more than $1,000 of aid and sent them to Ukraine to support this country and some civilians. Yeah, so we used it for crowdfunding. Next is library system. We have a lot of books in our place, so we wrote down every single book in our system, and now if somebody wants to borrow a book, we know who borrowed this book because all is written in blockchain. Yeah. And the next one is museum. We have our own museum of sloppy work and thievery. You can, I don't know, you see here is Justin Sun in our museum, his portrait. So we have museum, and all objects are written down in our database. So like here, everybody can come, scan a QR code and know something about Justin Sun, how dark person he is. And our museum is in toilets, so it is also a good environment for him. Yeah, next one. Yeah, you can. Yeah, and in the end, I think these two things, and I think one of the most important, that kingdom is the only place in in the universe that use Hive on very different levels. Yeah, we use this for payment, of course. We use, for example, Distrator, which is very, very popular among our community. But we use this also to not so obvious things like to make our own voting system or our museum or library system. And second is that in our formula, no one can be actively participate in the life of the kingdom if he or she has no Hive account. Yeah, because if you want to make proposal, you need a Hive account. If you are active on Facebook and likes our post or comments our post, you receive our token, which is based on Hive. So you had to have a Hive account. So it is impossible to live in the kingdom without Hive account. Yeah. Yeah, and what is the biggest power? It is meeting, yeah? As here, we all gathered here because we want to meet other people. And can you imagine that there is a place when Hive members meet almost every day and meet each other and talk and have some ideas and realize these ideas. As I thought, for example, I think it was in the end of February, we were talking in our community that there are so many refugees in Poland, in Krakow, and we can do something more than only collecting some packs for them, and maybe we will start language courses, yeah? And I wrote down this idea, and after some 3 months, already it works. Like people from our community was coming and talking with Ukrainians using some photographs, yeah? So these meetings really make new ideas and help to realize these ideas. So yeah, meetings are power. And yeah, and it is, that's all. If you want more, you can scan this QR code. I don't know if it is possible from this screen. But yeah, I wrote a kind of proposal. It is not a real proposal for now. It is not active proposal, but I wrote down all ideas how we can develop this place. How much time I have? Oh, sorry. So yeah, you can scan and get to know about our ideas, how to develop our place and make it more Hive and more popular among Poles in Poland, and that's why Hive will be more popular in Poland. So thank you for your attention.
All right. Thank you very much. Super epic. Yeah, it's working, huh? The clicker is working, no? Kind of working. Yeah.
If somebody have question, can ask me personally.
Good idea.
Because we have no time to answer questions.
No, that's a good idea. But tonight at the dinner, there's plenty of time to do a talk, have a chat. So all the way from the NZD, right? Yep, all the way from the NZD. I mean, it's winter. He's coming to summer. He came to summer to join us here on the stage and to tell you what was that? I was attacked by a cicada. Holy folly. Dangerous. What? There were jaws in the Adriatic Sea. Sun is killing me, and now cicades. What a dangerous place to be, HiveFest, actually. So no, eturnerx is going to tell you what else you can do with your NFTs beyond hanging them in your own toilet museum, right? Oh, no, well, please come up on the stage, because otherwise the live stream won't see you. There you go. We tested the clicker, right?
Thank you. Yes, we tested the clicker.
You want it? Is it going to work?
Yeah, I have faith.
Ladies and gentlemen, eturnerx all the way from New Zealand.
Hello there. Forgive me my notes so I don't ramble off topic. So today I'm going to talk about Web3 gaming in the Hive ecosystem and why I think a lot more collaboration is in our future. And I'm going to do this by first shelling my own game and then using that as an example of some of the things I want to talk about. So, thank you, Roland. So what is the opportunity we're looking at here? Well, in 2022, global gaming revenue was around 350 billion USD. Different sources place it slightly above or below that. And mobile gaming being about $250 billion. It's since grown by around about 50 billion a year. And it's projected to be around 650 billion, in excess of 650 billion by 2029. So there's a huge opportunity here of people who are willing to part with their money and who are very, very interested in talking about very, very niche things. These sound like perfect Hivians to me. So a quick introduction of myself. It won't be too long. My name's Emmanuel King-Turner. You can call me ET. I'm eturnerx. And this is my Minister of Happiness with her staff. I'm showing her picture here. She's very jet-lagged, excuse that, just because I'm trying to convince her to come to HiveFest next year, and so you'll recognize her. So I have 2 drone-eating dogs, as you can see. I've been on Hive since 2027. I'm a former academic in media technology, so that's sort of halfway between graphic design and computer science, so I have qualifications in both. And I've been coding games from the age of 7. So this was sort of like a return to my childhood. So let me show my game for just a brief moment of time here. So I've made this game called Nifty Park, NFT Park, I guess. And it's based around something you can play while you're waiting for coffee. And this influences the game decisions a lot. So it is mobile first. There is a web app for it as well, but it's mobile first. And the rounds are over within under 30 seconds. Furthermore, if you just wait because maybe your friend showed up or you want to try and hit on that cute girl, and you stop working, you stop interacting with the game, it'll just carry on without you with some random things. And the theming of the game is that you are helping to train a tourism API, a tourism AI for making the best holidays in the multiverse of time, space, imagination, and memory. So how do you run the game? Well, you are shown 5 destinations. So we call cards destinations in the game. And you see your opponent, who also has 5 destinations to choose from. And you have to construct from this an itinerary of 3. And once you have made that, they fight it out. The tourists have this popularity vote where things go flying all over the screen, and then a winner is crowned. Yep, next slide, thank you. So it is currently in public alpha. So you can follow the account Nifty Park. There's web and Android, so there's an APK you can download if you trust that. If not, you can try the web version. Takes a little long to load, but it should be okay if you're patient. There's the blog there. This QR code, I promise you, takes you to the blog. The Rickroll is somewhere else, not in this presentation, I assure you. Now, why do I want to do this? Well, I think that if we start thinking as an ecosystem, this is a more Web3 way of thinking about gaming and or just a more Web3 way of thinking about games, how we interact with each other, and growing the Hive economy. Because if it's just us and our little project, it's very easy to get wrapped up in our own little world. And if we do that, it's us versus everyone else competing for the same users, the same dollars, all the rest of it. But if we cooperate with each other a little bit, then we can all become a little stronger. And I think one of the key things to do this is to embrace the Web3 principle that it's users who own their NFTs, not you. So what does that mean? It means that you begin to allow users to take their NFTs anywhere. A little bit like you going to a chess club and showing up with your custom set of chess pieces that look amazing. So some ideas for this: bring your own NFT. So here's the first new buzzword for you. It looks like Beyonft, but it's Bromft. Encourage users to try your game. If you own a bunch of NFTs from somewhere else, like NFT Showroom, for example, and you happen to know that perhaps they will give me some advantage, so I'm not starting from zero when I try this new game out, then maybe you're a little more willing to try that game out than you would be if you knew you had to start from zero. So at the moment, we can integrate, we're already integrating your NFT collection from NFT Showroom. As soon as you log in, any compatible NFTs will show up here. And from HoloZing, we integrated their Soulbound NFT for their Advent event that they had in December last year. That one happens to have 4 levels on it, and so there's 4 different power levels depending on how well you did during that challenge. Now, one of the reasons for doing this is that players are going to eventually move on from your game anyway, so why not give them some encouragement to remain within the Hive ecosystem, and then maybe they'll circle back to your game at some point in the future with all of the new NFTs that they've collected from other places. So in-game here, we can also, being on the Hive blockchain, tie into social activity, and this is super important, I think. So in-game at the moment, we read from HiveBuzz and look at the HiveBuzz achievements, and currently at the moment, if HiveBuzz knows you were an attendee of HiveFest 8, you will get these additional destinations. Maybe you'll recognize some of these little scenes from Rizarito, those of you who were there. And we can integrate far more because, as you know, HiveBuzz has a very rich set of integrations, of achievements, sorry. Now, some more ideas on things we can do and hope to do in the future. That sun is glaring, I can't read my screen. So, you can give rewards out in the tokens of other games. Now, why might you do that? Some of it could be just to encourage people to try out another game via a partnership. If you are a large enough entity that you already are running several games, you're probably already doing this with your own games, but just think about doing this across the ecosystem as a whole. You can also offer it as an inducement to get people who are already players of one game to come and give yours a go, because they can come over, give your game a quick try, grind out some tokens, and then go back and play them over here. This works, I think, particularly well, and it's a synergistic model when you have games that are complementary to each other and not directly competing. And then your next invented acronym here is POP, Proof of Play. So we can do pop drops, which are basically airdrops. So use the reward systems of games to distribute tokens. So if you're a community, and you might be a new up-and-coming community of gamers and you want to airdrop your token around the place, pop drop them instead, use the reward systems of Hive games, and you're more likely to get tokens to users who are already highly engaged. And just one more point here. And guilds become clubs. If you know anything about gaming, particularly mobile gaming, that has guild systems can be very mercenary. They're usually based on who has the most power level. Do you log in 3 times a day and do you have the most power level? So what typically happens in those gaming ecosystems is two guilds dominate everybody else, and everyone else has a really bad time. And there's not necessarily a high social component to it, because if you're no longer involved in the guild, you're out. You get kicked out and they replace you quickly, and there's no sort of tie into this. But if you start rewarding people with in-game bonuses, maybe they get a little bit of a power boost for having parasocial interactions that you can look at on chain, like your little club members. Did you comment on each other's posts? Are you upvoting each other's posts? Then by encouraging this parasocial behavior and giving them in-game bonuses for doing so, you are gently encouraging these people to build stronger social bonds that become more supportive of each other. And where this becomes particularly important is if we're beginning to onboard game players that aren't from within Hive, then hopefully they build up this supportive community of people who are personally invested in helping them through all of that steep learning curve of learning about what Hive is. So maybe we can ease that onboarding process of gamers via them having more parasocial clubs. So why would we want to do this? Why would we want to take NFTs from other places or game items from other games when they should just be using our stuff that we sold them because we'd make the most money? Well, I think that if you allow this, it will give it'll give your game players greater confidence to spend on your in-game items. If you're a new game and they're concerned that they don't want to put $10 into your game or spend 2 Hive to go and buy this in-game item because they're worried that you might not be there in 6 months' time, I think they'll be a little more confident to go and make those purchases if they know that they can go and use those same in-game items somewhere else. So a little bit more money there. Users are more likely to come back. We spoke about that before, that if you move them within and encourage them to move around inside the Hive ecosystem, when they eventually do get bored with your game, it's inevitable, they are more likely to circle back to you. And finally, as I mentioned before, more focus on a club-like environment instead of guilds by building on the parasocial relationships that we can look at on chain means that we may be more likely to onboard more people into Hive itself and have people already there to help them through that difficult, steep learning curve that comes with Hive and crypto. Thank you. So, in summary, 3 things I'd like you to do, please. Follow Nifty Park and stay up to date. There's currently only 1 post there which announces the alpha. If you go there, you can try out the alpha now, and there's some brief instructions. I'm around for much of HiveFest and quite a few days afterwards, so have some conversations about how we might be able to work together or any ideas that you have. I think with NFTs belonging to users, you don't have to be quite so formal about signing big lawyer agreements of partnerships and all kinds of stuff, though that can definitely happen. And do think about ways or possibilities of integrating tokens and NFTs from other Hive games, and not just Hive games, but other Hive properties. And do think that about providing bonuses for positive parasocial behaviors. I know it's fairly common for Hive games to upvote their community members for talking about the game, but I think we can go further than that and actually look at rewarding people for interacting with each other around the game itself, because I think we're going to be stronger together here. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. So really, I encourage you to try out the game. And just now, you had shown me the game, right?
Yes, I can show you a live demo of it. But
this guy has got this phone, and you can open it up. So it's like a foldable phone. That's
a phone.
Yeah. Really, talk to him. But really, can you tell me, so like on Pokemon, right, or maybe Splinter cards, each card has this special energy or some special skill how to defeat one other. How do you do it with the artwork?
So you have to do it source by source and make a decision on how you build the power levels in the cards, but primarily it's based on the colors of the image. So that means that for all of those NFTs on NFT Showroom, wherever they came from, we analyze those visually and then turn it into little soldiers that fight each other, basically, is how the mechanic works. It figures out attack and defense based on the colors. And am I giving too much away here? No, this is your bonus for coming. There is a color wheel of bonuses and penalties built in, so you'll learn that certain colors will beat certain other colors.
So, to step on that, what is the main color of your NFTs?
I'm well diversified.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Any question for Eturner? No? Okay. Thanks a lot.
You can talk to me over beer later.
Yep. I just arranged that with Lord Butterflies because we need a little beer later on, maybe. Without further ado, I want to invite up the stage Elmirabear. Bear posting. Always bear posting. No, she told me her story yesterday. I'm really curious how the presentation turned out. Version 2, because all of a sudden things changed beyond, in between presentation version 1 and now presentation version 2. I'm really happy she's here, and I hope, well, it will all work out.
It will work out.
Okay, good.
Okay, cool. Can you, when I say next, just do the next slide?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, no more breaks for me. Vincent, where are you?
Okay, I'm going to sit down because I've watched the stage now for some time. I realized when I'm sitting down, I'm in the shade. So, thank you. So, there's nothing on the screen, I think.
No, there isn't. Sometimes screen.
So let's start talking anyway. So why I'm here is because last year in September I attended Amsterdam Blockchain Week, and I met CBRS. And Minigunner was very well promoting Hive, and I was actually looking for a solution for a project that I had been taking on for some time. And this project was a DAO for a museum. So basically the history behind it is that there was funding for museums, and they could do whatever project to grow their audiences. And the Museum for Applied Science, Applied Arts in Vienna, they decided to go for a DAO. And I was quite skeptical when they asked me, but I decided just to go on with it because I believed they had a quite strong community anyway. And my first thinking was, let's try to bring Web 2 participants to a blockchain. And the MacDAO basically built around the idea that the museum would foster activities for a community, and they would participate and they would get the chance to vote. By saying this, you realize, and hearing this, you realize that's not a DAO. So next slide, please. So basically, long story short, the project took off rather slowly. They didn't have an idea for the DAO. They didn't have a purpose because they were very afraid to giving up control. And in the end, the project failed. So yesterday, I got the last, resignation from the museum that they're not going to continue the project. By that time, actually, Minigunner and myself, we had already set up a Discord channel. I had started blogging on Hive, and I was sort of like getting into the ecosystem. So I'm a plankton, Minigunner told me. So I'm swimming here with the big fish and hope not to be eaten, because I've been on Hive since January or November. I don't remember, but I think I started blogging in January. And so next slides, please. So yesterday I had to ditch the idea that I had one museum that was sort of like owning a patronship for a DAO. But when I was actually doing the project, I was very often thinking of the fact that actually museums, they don't need a DAO, but they need a community. And I hope that some of you are here who are with me in that they like to go to museums. So I'm going to quickly tell you why I like to go to museums and what I like about museums. I like installations. So whenever you come into a museum, you have a square and you have some really big sculptures. It's the same here. Look at this garden, how beautiful it is. We even have an audience here turning the back to me. But she's here longer than this tent is going to be. And so next slide. So it's about spaces. It's about messages. So yesterday I went to the art gallery here in Split. I've somewhere written down the Croatian word for it, but it's something like artistic gallery, it's called, if you translate it right. And I found this Croatian artist, this is a quote from 2008, and I think it's beautiful for all artists, because it says, the Louvre is basically my studio, and the street is my museum. So you get your inspiration by looking at art, but you can produce outside of museums. Next slide. And then you go and you see pictures like this painting, I think it's around 1955, where you have, it's called The Concert. And what I love about it is there is chaos in it and there is order. And the chaos is the artsy part, because that's the concert. The orchestra part is chaotic, and the audience is listening in a row. So you have this really beautiful duality between order and chaos in the picture, and chaos also representing art. So this is just my interpretation, and I'm not an art student, but you can see something totally different. I'm just telling what I can see there. And this one is called Midday, so you all can relate to that. It's hot in there. It's hot on the picture. There is a scene nearby. You can see it in the blue. And also this picture is about colors. It's about intensity, and when you look at it, you might feel something. You might feel some inspiration. Next slide, thank you. So I was thinking about what I could do with the DAO and what art actually does for us. And I realized that art is just a funnel or a tunnel, a pipe, and you have an inspiration by the artist on one side, which actually leads to the art piece. And then on the other side, you are the spectator who sees the piece of art and then feels some inspiration of some sort. And it's not something that you feel immediately. It won't solve your problems. But for my part, I can tell you that when I go to a museum, I go home, I have answers to things that I haven't had answers before, just because I was just letting my mind rest and letting my mind travel somewhere else. So, okay, so this is what museums can offer. They offer inspiration. And next slide. So why not do a DAO for museums? We have talked about, like, the Museum of Applied Arts didn't want a DAO, they couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle actually the decentralized thinking that people would decide whatever they want. But museums need community, so we could build a DAO for museums, not for a special one, but for all the museums that we know, that we visit on our travels, and we could just collect the information, the inspiration we find there. And we could grow a community based on museums. So this is the big picture. It's called the Divan, and it's from around, I think, 1905. So I really love the details in this picture, and you should really, if you have time, if it's raining, go to the museum. Here it's the art gallery, it's called. This is one of the central pieces there for me, because it's really showing a lot. It shows patterns, it shows the women, it shows the faces. They are really beautiful. So let's go to the next picture. Okay, so system goes to the DAO. I was just putting in the other one because now it's getting theoretical. It's more for the people who like to think up tokens. I'm not a technician, so I won't have answers to all what I'm proposing, but I'm on the way of building this token. So I'm hoping to speak to the people from the kingdom in Krakow. I hope to speak to other people who've already developed tokens, how we can develop this governance token. Because what I wanted for this DAO, I wanted it to be built on engagement. So you can't buy the token, you can't buy in with a governance token and then just be a member of the DAO. You have to participate. This is rule number 1 in the museum's DAO. The second one is anyone can enter. I've been into DAOs and I've realized that I came late. So they had evolved and there was a sort of like plutocracy already on its way. And I wouldn't like that for a DAO that should be open to community discussing about art. So anyone can enter. You don't have to be an artist. You don't have to know about art. You just need to be curious, actually. And the DAO tokens are not investment assets in the first place. So you're not buying into that. But this is to be discussed. I know that I'm here on a wobbly ground. So next one, thank you. So the purpose of the DAO for the first years is going to be, or for the first time, I think in years, because I know that it takes time, it's going to be a decentralized community that engages in going to museums, looking at what is happening there, talking about art, and discussing it and building the community. And the second one is it should be a landscape of museums. So I'm happy to see Welpin, I'm happy to see yours, Grampo, to utilize that you can build a landscape of museums. And then in the consequence, you can organize art events that you would like to see in the museum. See, we hosted one talk on the Discord channel. It was not very successful because somehow Discord didn't work out, so next time I'm going to use Zoom or something else. But anyway, it was a discussion that also my blog post triggered off, and I really liked it because I'm young on Hive, and there was a lot of response to the topic, what would you like from museums? What do you think should be there? And lots of people answered that there should be much more younger art, there should be much more communication with the audience, with the spectators, the visitors to the museum. So I believe that the DAOs should organize events they want to see in the museums. And they should notify the museum. So once we are grown and we are stronger, we should just go out and, like I can do that in my hometown because I've worked in that sphere. So I could go to a museum and I say, we are hosting an exhibition, you're not hosting, but we think it would be great if you did it. So we just invite you over to see this artist. So it could be a support for young artists. And you invite the museums into the DAO just to discuss, not to be a member. They don't have to onboard on Hive. This is just in the back of my head that they should. But basically it's about that they present their programs. So you invite them into talks, into Discord channel. And you always find a curator who's happy to talk. If you go to exhibition openings, you can meet the artist actually. Artists love to talk about art. So you can always invite them into the channel. And you can create projects for artists. So this is a little bit like, I haven't thought about the funding scheme in detail, but I'm pretty sure that we can make that with a community and crowdfunding system. And to end it, what you could do with the DAO is basically, Serpentine Gallery is already doing it. They have a technical part, and they have on Gnosis now developed, they're on the testnet, they've developed an NFT that considers royalties and provenance actually for the art that is sold. And I think it's a great step that the gallery actually does that, because as we know, or some of you might know who are in art, galleries are pirates because they take 50%. So this is something that is also something that we could discuss in the DAO, because we're on Hive, we're on the blockchain, we have all these possibilities. Okay, so functions of the governance token, it's a reward for the most engaged members, and it also shows by what Hive does. You're transparent, so you can see how many, I mean, you can see now that I'm not very active on Hive, which is bad for me, good for you, because you can see it. There is the transparency on Hive. And there could be the transparency that you can see how many tokens somebody holds who is a member of the DAO. So you know how much, where to turn to, who is an engaged member, who knows about certain things. Next, thank you. Okay, so this, I was thinking about incentive. If you need engagement, you need to incentivize. And from other projects that I've done where we have developed reward tokens, incentives are the most difficult part. So with Marius, Minigunner, and also another bunch of people, we thought up an incentive system which would be like you engage on Discord, you get points from Discord, you go on Zeely, you build a project on Zeely, you get tasks when you complete that project. It could be as simple as posting on social media for one of the blogs that you've done. And by collecting these experience and engagement points, you then have the right to obtain a proof of attendance token, or a POAP, we will call it. I'm aware it's a protocol, which is not on Hive, but let's just stay with POAP. And POAPs you could also earn for events that you attend on Hive, on Discord, for example, like the talk we did on the role of museums, or an artist talk, or if you participate in a certain activity, you could get POAPs, and then these POAPs would then result in a governance token. So next slide. Okay, so Zeely and Discord go together, build a POAP. You can also obtain POAPs by events and attendance, and then later it is transformed into a governance token. This is just an overview very quickly. We did when we were not discussing Hive yet, so we were discussing the museum, but the idea was that there was the interaction in the community, the voting in the DAO, and the interaction in the DAO, and all of them would result in a way in one of the token types and in one of the reward types, we said. Okay, so the motivation is the conversion of POAPs into governance tokens, because that's when you really have a weight in the DAO. And the POAPs also have a surface, like they're as token type, they're NFTs. So if you talk about NFTs, you talk about a token type, but you also talk about pictures, basically. So why not have a surface to the proof of attendance tokens that is created by the artists community on Hive? They don't necessarily have to be members of the DAO, but they can participate, and we can run contests there, we can do calls. Actually, I was planning for the first one before the museum ditched the project. It would have been with one artifact from the museum that would be an inspiration, but we can do it without the museum. We have inspiration in every place that we go. We have it here in the garden as well. So here is the system explained, very simple. I will need really help and input from you, from developers, because I'm not a developer person, so I'm just thinking these things up, these structures. Basically, so you can see how the POAP results from experience points on Zeely and from Discord leveling up, and I will come to this a little bit later. And then 2 POAPs, or up to 3 POAPs, or up to 10 POAPs. We've done these simulations already on machinations. That the more people there are in the DAO, the more difficult it is to obtain a governance token. So you will have to attend more events. In the beginning, you have to attend less events to get the governance token. But then in the end, you will have to possess at least 10 different POAPs to claim a governance token. Okay, so basically the two rights that are attached to the governance token, as far as I've thought it up, and I'm very happy for input, is one is that you vote, of course, and the other one is that the token is sort of like entitling you to run projects, to organize events, to do all these things, because it is it shows that you are an engaged member of the DAO, which I think should be important. Otherwise, things don't turn out well. And you can become a creator, a promoter, an ambassador. So there are different roles which we'd still have to discuss. But I think these are the main roles. The creator, of course, the artist. The promoter, somebody who just goes out. And the ambassador, who has contacts, for example, to a museum, has contacts to fundings, where I come from in Austria, we have lots of fundings for these things. So it's the country is quite blessed in terms of art. And so there is also access to funds outside of Hive, basically, locally. Okay, so what about building on Hive? Very quickly, just next slide. Thank you. Let's look at the details. I just sneaked in this again, so you're not totally bored by the other slides. Look at the details of this beautiful, actually carpets that cover the divan. It's much nicer even in truth. Next, thank you. So, okay. So when you go on Hive, and this is what I've thought, we have all the tools actually. So we use Discord, of course, but we have eSency, which has already a ranking system and which already assigns points. So we can use that. We can use HiveBuzz to organize also art events, to promote or give away NFTs to level up. So I hope Arcange will talk about this with me. And the POAPs are one thing where you can really actively incentivize the community by actually, as I've told you, creating NFTs, creating surfaces. You have then a collection of the NFTs that have been used in the DAO, which also would level up the reputation of the artists because they've won some competitions which were launched by the DAO. And then in the end, you have the governance token. Okay, next one. Yeah, so this, just skip this and let's go to the next one, which is the roadmap. I think that we need to have 3 agreements, and the 3 agreements are basically one on the token economics, the second one on the roles, and the third one on the program, basically for the first year. And this is a quick roadmap, which I would like, I begin from the beginning. Basically, we have done some work. I have some good partners with Minigunner. I hope I can get some more support from you. But it's my work now that has to start. And this is established the community. I have contacts to Alien Art Hive, so I've talked around with them already to run a competition, to do the first NFTs, and also along the side do some severe blogging, which is actually my weak point, because it means that I have to sit down for an hour or 2. I'm going to rename the Discord channel. It's called MacDAO now, so I'm going to kick Mac out of the name. It's going to be the Museum's DAO, unless somebody votes for something else, but for the time, that's the working title. And introduce the first POAPs, host talks, and yeah, define the first steps with HiveBuzz. And I hope that within the next year, we can launch the token, the governance token. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Elmira. I just hope, don't give up. Don't be defeated by one museum, right?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, good.
So,
okay, stay on Hive and thrive on Hive. Thank you very much. Okay. Epic. I wasn't even joking. Okay, let's have a quick break while we set up panel, and then we continue to discuss the future of Hive and have a couple of more presentations left. stoodkev will talk about keychain after the panel, and then even Skate Hive will show some tricks and ollies and nollies and whatnot. See you in 10 minutes or so. panel, Hive, the vision for the future. So my only vision is very pessimistic. It's just doom from here on. So therefore, I'm not on the panel, because we want positivity, and we want longevity, and we want duration, and we want to boldly go where no one has gone before. Having said that, I want to invite up the stage some people still sitting in the backstage. You want to be... okay, so before the people are coming in, please, you want to say something? You're on this one? You're swept out. Yeah, do you have a vision for the future? Okay, then you're on here. Good. Okay. Please come on the stage. We've got the first participant all the way from Israel, Brian of London. So it's actually Brian of Jerusalem. Welcome. I'm gonna get an extra chair because we've got 4 visionaries and Daddy Detlef.
Yes.
So Crimson, Khal, and Jarvi, would you join me up the stage for your vision of the future? Crimmy! Oh, Crimmy! Oh, Crimmy. Crimson and Khal, they are standing over there. Yes, please. Final call for Miss Clad and Mr. Kazi. We continue to upload your lanyard and your wristband. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'll hand the word now to Detlef, because he's your fabulous moderator of this panel, The Future of Hive.
Yes, here we are. The vision for the future. It will be hopefully more future as people we have inside this hot tent. So I hope you can hear us as well outside quite well. Anyway, welcome Jarvi, Krim, Brian and Khal to this panel. I have prepared a few questions. Let's say Roland prepared a few questions and I'm able to read it. So from there I like to ask questions, but if there is anything from the audience, feel free to raise a hand or come to the stage. We have a microphone for you and you are more than welcome to ask some questions. The top priorities for the future development to grow Hive. So what do you like to see there? What can you give us for your priorities? Ladies first.
Oh, yeah, okay. I saw you guys all looking at me. So because I do so much work with Hive on sort of a wide basis, I don't necessarily work with any one DApp. I'm not representing any one project. For me, eturnerx earlier, if you've been watching the live stream or you're here, really nailed it with collaborative development and starting to use the resources that we already have on chain to build a bigger diversity of products. Because even if we have people coming into the ecosystem right now who have a plan and want to build something new, they get incredibly excited when they discover that there's 7 years of history across more than 2 million wallets that encompasses information and emotion and financial and gaming and all the little pieces that make us who we are and the reason that we stick around the blockchain is available to them to pull into whatever they're building. So while we've had this incredible tech vision from the developers this morning, and we know that all of this groundwork is being laid for a faster and easier experience, either as an end user or builder, for me, what supports that is then what happens with everything that's already on the chain. People that come in with new ideas and start repurposing the community that's here, the information that's here, and taking it further and building more with it. So I was really excited to hear his talk, and some of the other talks today and tomorrow will probably keep touching on this theme of how we are interconnected, and it's not just a financial thing, it's not just an ideological thing, it goes a lot deeper, and our blockchain really personifies that.
Well said. Brian.
Okay. I've worked, obviously, a lot of people know me for V4V app, which brings Lightning and Hive together. That I do because it gives us a touch point to a world that's sucked in a lot of venture capital money, frankly. That's the point, is that we are not taking in venture capital money hand over fist, which is a good thing because it means that we are not beholden to large corporate interests, and I like that. But by just having a little bridge across to Lightning, and it's the same thing that Khal's doing with all these other protocols, when we can become like a very decentralized but central touch point that links a lot of things together. And the second one, a total tangent, is the other bit of work I've done for a long time is on podcasting and podcasting 2.0. And podcasting, I keep saying it, it's this bizarre old school relic of the original internet. It's a protocol. It's a way of distributing your content that isn't tied to Apple or to Spotify or to Google. All three of those will deliver podcasts to people, but your podcast is separate from those. And what I'd like to see, and I haven't been able to do this, so I'm just putting this out into the world, is I think there could be more devs linking Hive better to the world of podcasting. What very few people don't know is that about 2/3 of the world's podcasts today announce every new episode with a custom JSON on Hive, inspired by the man here, Splinterlands, because I got the idea of broadcasting every new episode of a podcast with the custom JSON system that Splinterlands does. So.
All right. Vision of Hive, right?
Still.
All right, so I think that my vision of Hive is that I would love to see us shift our perspective towards incentivizing getting people to see content and eyeballs and stuff like that. I know it's kind of what a lot of the other social medias tend to do, but we need more people. I see a lot of people post, and sometimes I wonder, are they just doing it for the votes? So we just need more tools and more ways to show like this is being seen, to incentivize people to go out there and put their stuff in other places, because sometimes we get a lot of, I'm with Peak D, so we get a lot of people saying, why isn't my stuff being seen? Like I posted a post, why isn't it being seen? Because they don't realize that they have to do a little bit of work on their side to get it seen. They needed to go to other places and get it seen. So some incentivization for going and doing that work of getting it seen by different places. On the other side of working together with applications, I'd love to see a shift towards like even other apps coming to us and saying, and we haven't been perfect at it, like an example with 3Speak is coming to us and saying, hey, we want to make it easier for our users to use your site, Peak D, to post and for it to show up on 3Speak. Or for maps, I was just talking to the world mapping team, because we'd like to start being good at this as well, and we'd like to see that whole kind of system work where like they come to us and say, we've got this cool product, we want it to be able to be used on your site, so when you're going and writing, where your users are writing a post, they could click a button and it would go look for the location information and then put it so they wouldn't have to leave. But that assumes that they're okay with the fact that they're going to be on Peak D, though the content will show up on lots of different places. So I like that concept of Hive wanting features, like if a site, and we create lots of different things through Hive Hub, like the polls system or the internal marketplace system that we didn't want it just to exist on Hive Hub, but we want it to exist everywhere. Like use that here, use that there. So that's the kind of vision I would love for the different apps. Like come to us if you have something that you think is going to be really great on Peak D or the interface through Peak D. So like we'd love to have threads or whatever else you're working on or whatever you guys are working on. But I think they all need to be like really decentralized, like not just in word, but actually decentralized. So
Khal, we already saw your speech about things you plan, but what is the most important thing for your vision of the future of Hive?
Yeah, I think a lot of my speech focused on the two aspects of censorship and monetization, and kind of riffing on what you said about giving creators and people on Hive the ability to monetize outside of just the votes. I think that 7-day payout window is a little bit, it's one of the powers of Hive, and it's also one of the traps of Hive, naturally. And something I've been very focused on is how can we reward people outside of just, votes, the 7-day window, giving content a longer shelf life than, 7 days. And we just launched something called a referral system, which, again, the title of my speech, Put It All on Chain, has been really important because we're actually attaching it to everyone's Hive accounts. So now when you share a link from Inleo, it attaches your referral code to that link, and then kind of like an Amazon affiliate code. If anyone then signs up after viewing your post, then they get rewarded, or you get rewarded for their sign up. So again, just finding ways to give creators more optionality than what exists now. But to take a more macro view, I think, from a vision standpoint for Hive, I think a big piece of it is the data. So, we're in this data economy. AI is obviously taking over really the entire conversation. I had a couple conversations here about AI and the stuff that we're building. And I think the fact that Hive has this long-standing database and that it's freely accessible is a huge benefit that's not being leveraged right now. So you look at these other AI platforms and they're trying to build based on copyrighted data and what's really interesting is Hive just has this massive database and nobody's leveraged it yet for AI. So that's become a big focus for me. But then taking an even bigger step back is how does that benefit Hive as a blockchain and as a token? I've been a long time believer that resource credits is how Hive is going to gain its value in the long run. So when you start to have dozens and hundreds of applications that are built and used from a high at a high standpoint, I think the resource credit system is what will give Hive its value. We have a dynamic resource credit delegation system, but we can onboard thousands of users a month and not really run into any issues. And we only have a couple million Hive power. But I think, in the long run, what's going to happen is we onboard, hundreds of thousands of users. People become a lot more active, and then we need to buy a lot more Hive power. And I think that from an economic standpoint, is my future vision of how Hive is going to succeed. So I really just want to see more apps putting more data on the chain, putting everything that they can on the chain, and like you said, decentralizing as much as possible means putting it on the blockchain, retrieving and storing data. So that's how I think Hive will succeed as an asset.
Okay, thank you so far. My second question is, how do you see the role of community? And we talked several times about community, and I love the strong power of the community on Hive. How do you see the role of community input shaping the future direction of Hive? So as well, I'm a techie, but I'm quite talking, so we can do many techie things. If the community doesn't accept it, it's just nice techie things. So we need to find stuff where the community like to work with.
Fair enough, fair enough. So I want to be a little careful with this question because tomorrow I'm going to be talking about core operations, but I'm also going to be talking a lot about community and its relationship to Hive and what it does. One of the glorious things about our platform is that it is a giant feedback loop. So we have a lot of technical people building a lot of technical things, and they make a post about it. And it's quite delightful to see people going, well, I read this, and it sounds amazing. I don't 100% know what you said, but I'm following along. And it's often how people who come to the blockchain, who get interested in what's happening here, learn more about how the inner workings are. And I was one of those. I came as a content creator. I started posting travel, content. And I became obsessed. Where does the money come from? They come from inflation. Inflation is produced by, blocks in the reward system. What's a block? What's a block producer? And all of a sudden, here we are, almost a decade later, and now I'm deeply entrenched in the machine. And I think that community actually is basically in the same boat. You've got some people who just come, they post, that's it, they're happy. But many of them use the mechanisms that we have. They go and check out blocktrades posts. They follow up on howo's scripts from the development meetings. Or they follow Inleo, PeakD, the Hive Hub team. They follow Brian's updates on PodPing or V4V. We literally have an inbuilt feedback mechanism that allows for people to explore, to see what's trending, and even if they don't understand something, come to the post and be like, wait a minute, I have a podcast. I can do a thing like this. So it's really interesting because community often doesn't feel like they have a say. I think that's pretty common in most big groups. Community's like, the developers are doing whatever they want. My voice doesn't matter very much. But it absolutely does. And it's very interesting when you watch how sentiment shifts. So this blogging mechanism that we have inbuilt, yes, it's a really important part of our distribution. Yes, it's a really important part of the way that people can discover how crypto can play a part in their lives. But it's also really important to shape these interactions where when you do finally make it to HiveFest, the plebs like me who just write blogs are able to go talk to the top 10 witnesses, are able to go talk to the dApp developers, meet face to face. It's a very different environment than many tech companies, than many platforms out there. So community has a really strong role in shaping where things go. I don't know that they realize it though, and it's very fascinating. So, if you're watching this and you feel like maybe your voice isn't that heard, A, you're wrong. B, go out there and comment on more posts, ask questions, even just be noticed, just say, hey, I read this, keeping an eye on you. And it's very, very valuable. I don't know if anybody else wants to tackle this.
I have a side subject on the aspect of community because of what you said of that their voice does have an impact with our projects, PeakD or Peak Monsters or Hive Hub. It's funny when people come onto our chats on Discord or on a comment on one of the posts, they'll sometimes ask for something and maybe they think, oh, this is the way it's been forever, I'm not going to ask for that. But when someone asks, it doesn't mean that we've already thought about that and, oh, that's the first time we thought about that. You want that? And then our developer, before I wake up, because we're in different time zones, he's like, oh, I did this one thing really quick while you were asleep, and it's already online, and it's already launched. Okay, cool. That happens more than you think, which is a testament to him over there. But, and then as another side, just because you mentioned the word community, I asked what the future of Hive, because I was asked to be up here 20, 30 minutes ago, and from my business partner, the developer, his vision of Hive was kind of along the idea of how communities need a little bit more of a platform to be a little bit more independent. So the future of Hive could be, depending on whether or not the community likes, is more customizable places for you and your community to self-exist, where you don't have to interact with us yahoos and see our like, oh, we don't like your post, we're gonna, down. You never have to see us, and I think that's a great thing, is because you can talk about, pick museums or statues, and you can talk about your thing amongst your people. But the hope, to tie it to what I said earlier, is that you're going out and finding and bringing people to your community. And maybe you feel more comfortable because your community is now just people that love what you like, and it's a little easier. You've gotten rid of the one thing that you didn't like, votes. So now it's not part of your interface. It's just commenting, it's just interacting. And some of you are like, no votes? Like, why would they be here? But what we really have is this ability for the content to never be taken away from you, for the people that you follow to always be there consistently with you. And now if you have a little bit more say about how your interface is, then you're not worried even a step more of that particular interface going away.
Brian, community.
Okay, I'm going to go off on a bit of a outside of Hive, but I'm going to talk about where the puck is going. One of, I think, is it Dan's favorite phrases. And if we look at the wider social media world, we have developed into this sort of model where this influencer-led model, and it appears that influencers can make a lot of money, and the turnover of OnlyFans I heard the other day, and it just shocked me. It's some multiple of hundreds of billions of dollars. That's the turnover of the OnlyFans company, and that top OnlyFans people are earning tens of millions of dollars. But that's direct contribution. Up until now, the model has been like YouTube. It's going to be advertising supported, but that is starting to creak. There are a number of legal cases, especially against Google. They're getting hammered. And Elon Musk has sued a thing called GARM, the Global Alliance for Responsible Media. And the day after Elon Musk sued them, they shut down. They literally closed it down, because what it was advertisers getting together with social media companies to decide what was and wasn't allowed to be said. It was the epitome of corporate fascist censorship. And they shut it down, and still, Elon's going to sue it. But the point is that what we have on Hive is a totally different model. We have this it's not supported by advertising. It can be, but only when advertisers are comfortable. But that's not the main way. And this idea of building your own community in your own place, where you can't get kicked off Patreon if Patreon don't like what you're saying, and you can't get kicked off your YouTube channel if Google don't like what you're saying. We're ahead of the game. Now we have to make everything more usable and all of the other provisos. But I want to give people this understanding that we're sitting on a core technology that nobody else really has or even understands its necessity for. That the censorship resistant, the fact that you can blog on PeakD and it shows up on hive.blog. Think about how if Brazil wants to shut down Hive, how will they do it? Will they block PeakD? Or will they block hive.blog? Will they block ecency? Will they block? The list goes on. And you know what? In about 10 minutes with a terminal, I can spring up 50 more front ends for Hive. That's how easy it is. So we've got something here, and communities that then grow and join are the basis of it.
Khal, I think you have some words for this as well.
Yeah, on the first point about feedback, I think Crim kind of started that off, but feedback really drives a lot of Hive development in a lot of ways. I mean, whether it's core or the front ends and different apps that have been built here. On Inleo, we literally built a version of Twitter because people kept saying, I wish there was a version of Twitter on Hive. And then we went out and created Threads. And then people said, I wish there was a TikTok on Hive. And then we made Shorts. So, feedback really drives a lot of development on the entire platform. I know that it's, literally my first bookmark when I log in every day is what I look at is the feedback hashtag, and I say, okay, well, this is what people are asking for. These are the bugs that they found. So that's the stuff that we want to build. And like Jarvi said, the devs will often also be watching that stuff and say, okay, well, it would take me 10 minutes to build this. Let me just add it. So I think that that's a really critical part of Hive. And I've noticed that, not that there's a lack of feedback being given, but that it's kind of trending down. I feel like a lot of people aren't giving as much feedback as they used to on Hive. So I definitely, would give a PSA to make more feedback and post it on chain and, allow us developers and apps to integrate that stuff. And then from the community standpoint, I'm also a huge believer in, I've often called it a modular experience for Hive. And something I've been kind of secretly working on is a version of WordPress for Hive, which has actually been built before, but isn't really actively maintained. So, that's something that I'm hoping to launch sometime next year, where you'll actually be able to take our interface and then change different aspects and then launch a community. So, I've been a big believer of allowing the user and the communities to create their own experience and really craft it, however they feel is best. And then on a more, macro note, the entire internet is based around niche communities. So the reason why the internet became so valuable, so popular is that, not only can you, read about very, macro news events that everybody cares about, you can also start, a knitting club and have 2,000 people subscribe to you on Patreon and support your, your journey with something that many people don't care about, but some people do. So I think that that's a really important part of the internet in general, and it's going to move on chain. Really just the entire vision of Hive is put everything on chain. That's my firm opinion. We're going to put, whether it's encrypting information or publicly accessible information, it's put everything on the blockchain, allow it to be retrieved and stored, and that's going to be ultimately good for the Hive cryptocurrency, if you want to call it, based on that resource credit system I was talking about.
Well, okay. Looking into the future, we have other blockchains around suddenly. And I like to discuss with you how we could differentiate Hive in the future from other blockchains in the coming years, in the next coming years. So what should we do better?
I can start with this one since I already have the mic. Other blockchains have their own use cases. I'm a big believer in a multi-chain future. I was talking about that earlier. There's no one blockchain that can do it all. So I think what you need to do is find different ways to tap into other blockchains. Do your thing really well. So have the Hive core be very strong and focus on what it's good at, and don't change it. Actually, I would say keep it the same and allow people to build second layer apps on top of it, on top of something that's reliable, usable, doesn't go down. I think that that's what people are really looking for. So no matter how many new blockchains get spun up, I've noticed that none of them seem to do what Hive is good at better than Hive. So I think our strength is in just doing what we do really well, and then encouraging app developers to come here, build stuff, and tap into other networks.
Who wants next?
So I feel like somehow you've peered into my presentation from the future, but to try and avoid repeating myself, because you're all going to be here tomorrow, all of you, from when I talk, and it's probably going to touch on some of this. Differentiation is a really interesting and difficult topic when it comes to Hive, because when you go out into the world and you tell someone, oh, you have a cool blockchain, mine does that, but better, and all these other things. It's really difficult to say that in a way that doesn't feel scammy, that doesn't feel like a hard sell. And so when I think about the things that differentiate us, it comes back to this core human component. And Yeah, that's my whole presentation tomorrow. But what I will say is that when we go out into the world and we start talking about not just the financial side of blockchain, but we start talking about the useful, functional, valuable side of blockchain that changes your life, that's where people's ears perk up. They're starting to get inundated with, it's the fastest, it's magic money, you're gonna make so much money, oh my God, the money. Like, people are very sick of that, in fact. And then, of course, there are the shitcoin casinos. There are these narratives that we've heard that have come and gone. How many summers have we had? DeFi summer, NFT summer. I don't even know what last summer was. We're still in summer. What summer is it now? Who knows? These metas come, they go, they flop, and they leave a big trail of disillusioned people in their wake. But when I go places to talk about Hive, or when I discuss why Hive is different, I don't need to explain the part about the fast, free transactions. I don't really need to talk about how it's very easy to use my identity to send funds or information around the world. But when I start talking about how groups that have been built here start trading assets, they start supporting places like khaleelkazi, what a perfect example. When I start talking about that you can't take your friends away, you have all of these tools that change your life in a way that doesn't immediately relate back to money. This is new. This is different. They haven't heard this before, and it's intriguing. So when you pair it with the parts of blockchain they understand, it starts people's gears going and their wheels turning. And so I think that's going to be a really important part of it, and why our dApps are so important. The core cryptocurrency aspect of Hive, people actually get it pretty quickly. But there's so many other cryptocurrencies that have dollar signs and roller coasters of trading, views. What they don't have is this long-term collection of useful products that really change the way they think about what they do day to day. So for me, when we kind of talking about this aspect, that's the part that really differentiates us. Because if you watch, even right now, are we in a bull or a bear? People aren't sure. Communities fall apart. Events collapse. Conferences, dead. Communities, blown away on the wind. And that doesn't happen here. And the amount of people that are here today and that are watching on the live stream prove that. So there's something different about us already. It's expressing that to more people more quickly, that we got to get going.
Very quick one. Decentralized identity. I think that's actually one of our core features because we overlook it. This thing of having a name and some keys and methods to do stuff is unbelievably powerful. And that's a very, very core product we can make more use of.
Okay, which brings us to the last 10 minutes. Unbelievable, I could do this for 2 more hours. What are currently the main challenges that need to be addressed? Still, vision, future, surviving, doing better.
So, to take on what they had just talked about, of how social groups of people, we are maybe the more simple blockchain, where we're not just focused on financial instruments and NFT contracts and more complicated things, and we have simple user account names as opposed to really long keys. We don't have to educate them on how keys and wallets and the importance of what decentralization means and how they should philosophically handle that in their mind. But we need to make things a little bit more intuitive. Yes. Which intuitive means that you can go to a site and not need the little question mark, tell me more, tell me how this works. You're just like, I think this is what I do. My intuition says I'm supposed to click here. And not just like how a website itself works, but just how kind of like Hive works. That may in my mind, and this could be controversial, mean that we need to have a segue for some users for a little bit of like, we'll help you out for a little bit with custodial type things because you're not used to putting in keys, you're not used to having extensions, but we're gonna have you like make baby steps towards that. And if you start needing to do these bigger things, or if your account becomes worth X amount, you're gonna need to make that jump and learn these things. And now they have a reason because they've got $50 in their worth of stuff in their account. It's like, okay, I can't just log in with a Facebook login anymore, or a MetaMask login anymore. Well, if they're using MetaMask, they're not that type of person anyways. But that's my thoughts on that. Is we take that we already are the chain where there is even people here that they're like, I have no clue how to do half of this stuff, and these presentations are a little way over my head, but they're just like, but I use it and I blog and I'm social, I have a little community, a group of people I interact with, I know how to do these things. They're using blockchain, they're not using these other ones like Ethereum and Bitcoin and all that stuff, or they're using a custodial system like Coinbase to do those things for them. But there's no like entry-level person that has like an actual ledger wallet, like they're to that point, they're either living in danger of losing it all because they don't know what they're doing, or they're not a new user. We're kind of that place. So if we can extend it a little bit more to be a little bit more intuitive and maybe help, like we really want them to have pure ownership and know how everything works, but we may have to help by being do a little few more custodian things that lead there, not always keep them, because sometimes projects are like, oh, custodian means we're going to keep them trapped here and they're never going to leave our site. But maybe we can find ways to do both.
Yeah, I think Hive needs more UX developers. I think that's a huge thing. Yeah, very much a lacking thing. I've put 2 on our team in the past 12 months, just because I think it's the biggest issue that we've got right now. And on the point of accounts, we've got light accounts where people can log in with Google or Facebook or X. So, I'm a huge believer in allow them to have a Web 2-like experience, and then over time kind of slowly drip feed them, the idea of keys and blockchain and everything about that. I think you're always going to have people that never care to learn about blockchain, never care to self-custody their keys, and I think that's okay. I think it's it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, because a lot of us are firm believers in censorship resistance and owning your keys and owning not only your crypto but owning your data. That being said, the majority of us even here use the internet and have 1% of an idea of how the internet actually works. So over time, I think it's going to become more normalized to not know how the blockchain works and utilize it. And I don't think that that's a bad thing. I think that you need to cater to the end user. So make the experience as easy as possible, and then on the back end, handle all the complexity. And the keyword there is the keyword in crypto right now, which is abstraction. And I think that that's only going to continue to grow in terms of a conversation. And in terms of like the crypto layer of doing things, I mean, people now want to get paid on whatever chain they're comfortable with. So, one thing I want to see in terms of the future of Hive is obviously a migration away from just like votes and rewards. I think there's a lot more to Hive, and there's a lot more to social media and gaming and everything than rewards. I mean, the entire world of Web 2 was built with no rewards and no upvotes. So I think we can do a lot better. And I think there's a lot of apps that are building things better, but more UX developers. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I'll echo that. I mean, I've built everything I've built myself because I'm so bad at trying to hire people. I don't know how Khal does it. I tried in the early days of what I'm building to hire people, and I got so frustrated that I was spending more time telling them what to do that I just downloaded the YouTube videos and watched them and learned how to do it. So, but that means that I'm coming to this from a point of view is that I am not a UX developer. And again, this comes back to this feedback thing. Tell us if you use our apps and you think they're crap. Tell us, or if you think this button can move from here to here or be bigger or change the words. Tell us. I'm never upset if someone says you can do better. So that's definitely a big part of the future.
So we have just 5 minutes left, and as we all agreed about the look and feel update we need, I love to ask, where could we get this UI UX developers from, and how could we attract them to Hive? Wojtek, do you like to say something?
I can tell you exactly what he wants to say. Well, he's waving because, now, see, we're going to get into a discussion much more than 5 minutes. But one of the things being bandied about, and that you'll probably hear about soon, is the idea of creating something in a similar vein to Value Plan, being sort of like a small slush fund that helps specifically lay out tasks and attract outside talent who are maybe not even blockchain developers yet, but who understand A, a bounty system, and B, are looking for new skills that are valuable across this space, which is blockchain. This is where the world is going, whether we like it or not, abstract it or not. The background is blockchain. So one of the things that is already kind of in the works, and Vaultek is kind of spearheading this, is the idea of, yes, we have a proposal system, and yes, we have a reward system, but somewhere in the middle, can we create a consortium of developers that are kind of getting out there and finding almost like interns that we would actually pay and treat like humans, finding them, getting them curious, and leaning on their skills and their passion and helping them develop in this new area. And it's worked out great. VSC is sort of a testament to this, and a lot of our dApps are, as they're going out and they're no longer looking inside the blockchain arena, because this is a cutthroat shark tank of blockchains that have more money than sense. And we're the opposite. We have more sense than money, and we spend a lot of time arguing about it. These blockchains go out and they make it frickin' rain, and they suck up all the developers, and then, they just jump from chain to chain collecting rewards. So for us, how do we kind of compete in that world and bring these people to us? And there are some movements in the work on this for sure. So if you're interested in learning more about this, I would highly recommend watching Vaultek's blog, or kind of keeping an eye out. I don't know if I'm going to be helping or not. He's the boss. You can find out later. But that's one way for sure. Otherwise, frankly, I think some of the best talent we have that has come and have developed into app builders or graphic designers, people that come to the blockchain to show off that they just learned how to use Blender, or they just started using Flutter, or they just learned a tutorial on how to use Illustrator. These are people who have hobbies or interests that align with what we need. And they start off as hobbies and interests, and they can become careers. And once again, we have an entire blockchain with a feedback loop where these people come and say, hey, here's a cool thing that I'm trying, and I think it's really neat. And somebody else can come to them and go, have you ever thought about doing that as a job? Do you want to learn more? Do you want to work together? It's crazy how this blockchain works. We have a lot of opportunities here.
Khal?
Yeah, you could definitely mic drop on that. One thing I love about Hive is that we all have a similar direction, but to get there, we can have different views and different ways of doing things. So I do like the layer one of creating a slush fund and going after people that way. But I'm also a firm believer in layer two. So being that I'm a business owner on Hive, I'm incentivized to find people and make my app better, get more users, and ultimately earn more revenue. And the way that I find good UI UX people, I actually go to colleges, and I'm looking on LinkedIn, and I kind of steal them away before they even make it to the workforce. And like Krim said, especially in the blockchain industry, a lot of them are, once they get into that workforce and they can put that they know Solidity on their LinkedIn, they're immediately worth 10 times more than when they were in college. So I tend to kind of go and, I don't know if you want to say cradle rob them, but kind of from college. And that's a great way to get devs. Ultimately, a lot of times they end up moving on, and you know, someone from another blockchain comes in and says, hey, we'll give you you know, $1 million to, like literally $1 million to leave and come here full time. And that's happened, you know, multiple times in the past. But you know, ultimately, I think that layer 2s will have a big say in getting these people, you know, trained and working. You know, I used to look for devs specifically on Hive because you kind of wanted them to have knowledge of Hive coming into it. But I would say for the last like 3 or 4 years now, it's really been focused on, you know, going to these external places where they don't even know anything about blockchain, but they just have a general, you know, computer science background, and they have a willingness to learn. And then from there, you can kind of build them up. And teaching people about Hive is actually not that hard, which is kind of crazy to think about. But developing on this chain is much easier than developing on other blockchains. And that's coming from someone that's built on Ethereum, BSC, Polygon, Arbitrum, really all the different EVMs. You know, building on Hive is actually very intuitive for most developers. So I've found it to be much easier to rob them from the college cradle, train them in Hive, and then set them free and see what they can build.
Okay, last word, Javi? Okay. Then we don't drop the mic, but we close the session. And thank you for being here. It was way too short. I have 5 more questions, and we will do it soon or later again. Thank you.
Right. Thanks a lot, guys. Thank you, Detlef, for helping out on the moderation. Juvik. Oh, Juvik. Oh, Juvik. Thanks. Oh, yeah. All right. We've got 2 more presentations for today, and then you can all go for a swim. After the swim, or maybe have a drink, swim, and after the drink and the swim, there will be a bus bringing us to the evening venue, Restaurant Guzar. It's actually just down this, the Marianne Hill. There is a tunnel, but Lord Butterfly was so kind for us that he didn't want us to walk through that tunnel, so he arranged some transportation. Last thing I heard, it had air conditioning also aboard, so that's nice. But it's after 2 more presentations, and not the least, because first off, it was going to be Kevin, all the way from Taiwan. Yeah. Last time I saw him, he was passing a bottle of Sangsom in Bangkok from one tuk-tuk to the other one, which was good times. But yeah, of course, he's one of the initiators and creators of the tool many of you, or maybe every one of you, uses, the Hive keychain. By the way, you got, I think, 4 keychains in your goodie bag, right? It's the Hive keychain. It's a physical one. And he's going to tell us what's happening next, what happened last year, and what happens tomorrow. The future of keychain with stoodkev. Please, hi Kevin, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you, Roland.
Cheers, I'm gonna
Yeah, I'm sorry I wanted to bring some Sangsom, but I transferred through Turkey, so I couldn't. Hi everyone, I'm really happy to be here today. As Roland said, this is my first time coming back to HiveFest since Bangkok. So yeah, I'm really... All right.
This is clicker 101. So this is the clicker. It's from AliExpress. There's 4 buttons. So this is left, this is right. This is play, I don't know, play dirty YouTube films. And this is...
All right, let's try it.
Okay. And then we hit, and you point over there. Okay. And then it should work.
All right.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. One more time. Stoodkev.
Woohoo! All right. So where was I? Yeah, I'm happy to see you guys, blah, blah, blah. And also see so many new faces. Hi to the people online. If you see me looking at that way a lot, it's because it's really hot in here, so most people are outside. Okay, so I guess most of people here know what keychain is, but for people joining us online, I will go quickly through it. So at first, it's a browser extension that is made to keep safe all the keys that you use on the Hive blockchain. For security reasons, it's open source. We also have a clean interface that helps making all the kind of operations that you can do on Hive, and also accept requests from all the dApps on the Hive ecosystem. So it's been made possible by the whole Hive ecosystem through the proposal system. And we are available on all Chromium browsers, so Chrome, Opera, Brave, etc., and also on Firefox. We also have a mobile app that does pretty much all the same things as the extension. On top of what, we have an in-app browser, so from there, dApps can also make all kind of requests to the wallet to sign and authenticate the users. And this is available on both iOS and Android. All right, so a few numbers about Keychain. We have over 100,000 active users if we accumulate the extension and applications. We lost a few this past month, even though that's not a really nice thing to say. I still want to talk about it, because actually during the bear market, we fared pretty well in terms of numbers compared to other chains, so I'm not too worried about some fluctuations. Especially when we see all the great presentations here and all the things that are to come in the future of Hive. We have over 50 dApps that are using Keychain for login and authentication and requests. And something pretty cool they started last year, 65 businesses using Keychain Store. I will talk a little bit more about it later, to accept Hive and HBD payments. Last year, we also started a swap system where you can, in just one click, swap between Hive, HBD, and whole Hive Engine tokens. We had over 30,000 swaps so far, and with $1.6 million of volume. Also, I want to say hi to Manu Photos, who watching us right now, and is our awesome community manager who grew our X presence to 4,000, sorry. And thanks eturnerx, here, hello, for his help making some giveaways on X to attract some more people. All right, so this is our ecosystem. We have a lot of dApps that are integrating Keychain. We made some pages on both the extension and mobile app so that users that come into the ecosystem, for example, for playing Splinterlands or blogging on PigD, can actually discover easily the rest of the ecosystem. I really think that cooperation is important here, because if people come for one thing, but also find a lot of other things to do on Hive, they are much more likely to stay and enjoy their time with us. All right, so a few things about what we've been working on and what we're working on now. So as I mentioned, Keychain stores. That's something we launched last year, and so far we have 65 stores all over the world, but I have to say mostly in Venezuela, that accept Hive and HBD for daily purchases. So that can be restaurants, bars, shops. They even have 2 full malls that accept payment in HBD. So for that, we created a very simple mobile app where they can create invoices and then be notified when they receive the payment. And the pretty cool thing about it is most of them, after they buy what they need to buy, they will post about it on Hive and pretty much make the money they spent back on upvotes. So that's pretty cool. So following this, some people say, hey, well, you made this QR code thing to create invoices for stores, but I also want to have it on my mobile app, on my normal Keychain app. So yeah, just a couple of weeks ago, I integrated it. So now if you're using keychain on your mobile and I don't know, you want your friend to send you some HBD or Hive, you can do it quickly. Another feature that we launched a few months back on the extension and a lot of people liked, so we pushed it on mobile as well, is the auto staking of Hive Engine tokens. So if there's a token that you really like and want to keep compounding by staking it automatically over time, we just released that recently. All right, I really like that one, and I know a few of you guys already used it, right? Yeah, and Matt as well, I don't know where he is. So that's an easy way to onboard people in real life. So basically, they can just start keychain, they don't have an account, they say create an account with a friend, it will generate their keys, their private keys, they're prompted to save it somewhere safe outside of keychain. After that, it will create a QR code like this one with their public keys, and you as already being a Hive user, you just have to scan it, and you can pay to create the account, either using your account creation ticket or by paying the 3 Hive price. And at the same time, if you want, you can also delegate HP or resource credits to help them getting started. So if you have people around you who want to join Hive, I really recommend you take a look at this. Another small features to help onboard, no, not on board, sorry, scratch that. For example, if you change device and you have a lot of accounts to import, we are working on this right now to make it easier to import a lot of accounts at the same time. You can try to scan it, that's not my real keys, it's just Rickroll. All right. Another pretty cool feature from the PICD team is open peak notifications. So it's basically the Hive notifications on steroids. You can get notified for pretty much anything that's going on in your account. And if you want, you can even customize it and say, hey, I want a notification if I receive a transfer, but if it's only if it's over 10 HBD or 10 Hive or whatever. It's really customizable. So kudos to their team. They made a great job. All right, another one that I'm pretty excited about and that is already ready. I didn't push it in beta yet because I was coming on my way to split, is 2FA. You will be able to protect your active key by using a one-time password, by using multisig. So basically, we reduce the authority of your active key, and then you can run a bot by yourself or using the one we will provide that will check if your one-time password is correct, and then broadcast the transaction if it is. Yes. Okay, we also been working with the VSC team. Here, hello. Where's Voltec? Oh, hey. Yeah, because we're really excited about what they're doing, and we want to be ready where when VSC goes live. So we already prepared all the requests that will be needed to interact with VSC, and also integrated the VSC history. So all of that is already ready. We just need to coordinate about the time to release it. All right, so over a year ago, we asked the community if they agreed with the idea of Hive keychain going multi-chain. The idea was that if Hive just stays an island, it's really hard for us to get more users on board. Because, well, people who use keychain, they're already using Hive, obviously. So there's not much we can do on this side. So our plan is to integrate EVM chains, work on getting more users on these chains, and then push our ecosystem by showing the awesome dApps that are built all the time on Hive. So since the answer was overwhelmingly positive, we started working on it. Basically all the work on the pop-up side, so when you click the small keychain icon on your browser, is already ready. So you have balance, tokens, history, transfers, gas fees, all of it. And now we're working on all the DApp requests. There are many of them. We're doing a pretty good job working on it. My colleague Cedric is still working on it right now. It will still take a bit of work, but we're on a good way working on this. All right. So that's basically it. If you have any questions, well, since I'm here, ask it to me now, or you can join us on Discord. Please do join us for the betas. We always have new features, and we're always happy when people can help us find bugs, or no bugs is even better. You can follow Keychain for development updates, feel issues on GitHub, and if you want to know every single thing that we will do in the coming months, you can read our proposal. I don't know if I still have some time for questions. Please go ahead. Yeah. Oh, I do. Any questions? Yeah.
Super awesome multi-chain, super cool. So which chains are you going for? I saw them on the screen, and how do you decide which chains you want to integrate?
Yeah, basically all EVM chains. We started, from the beginning there will be some EVM chains because sometimes we need to use some third parties to get some of the data we're using, although we're trying to be as decentralized as possible, but on EVM chains, sometimes we have to do that for some of the data, so it will restrict us a little bit, but there will be many from the get-go and all the main ones. Yeah. Anyone else?
Some questions for the keychain? Did you make the actual Hive keychain? No. Have you seen it?
The physical one?
Yeah?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Would have been cool.
I should have. Yeah.
All right. All right. A round of applause for stoodkev. Thank you. Okay. Thanks. Oh, the clicker. It worked well. Thanks. Super. Yes. Exciting music while I try to fire up another presentation from another destination. This one is served to you from Chrome. Super epic presentation from Chrome. Actually from Canva. And it's working, right? Yes. Oh shit, it's already on. Pew, 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 pew. Yes. Okay, let me quickly usher the stage. So the last presentation of today, obviously, is SkateHive, a community based around the, what was it again, like this? The ollie? Yeah? Or the kickflip? No, I skated for a brief anecdote, right? So I was a skater when I was 13, 14, because yeah, obviously I wanted to go against the mainstream, smoking a lot of Dutch drugs. And then on the first day, when they decided to build a half-pipe at our school, there was all these parties because the half-pipe had opened. And I also tried to skate the half-pipe, and actually after 2 or 3 times I tried to drop in, and then I broke my leg. It was really cool. Start of the half-piping season at school, yes. No, but here to present about the SkateHive community is How. He really knows how. 92. Welcome, please come on the stage. I have a clicker for you and the Canva presentation. Here you go.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Did you ever break something during skateboarding?
No. Okay, good. I'm one of the very few people that have never been seriously injured by skateboarding.
Okay.
You know, a few knee injuries, but nothing too serious.
Good.
Yeah.
Keep it that way.
I hope so.
All right. Take it away, man.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is KnowHow92. I'm from Skate Hive. Glad to be here. It's my first time on HiveFest, and it's really awesome to be connecting with everyone here. It's been already a long day, so I'm not gonna talk a lot. I'm just gonna present you what we're building and how we're trying to get our culture back from the mainstream media that are taking it over. So, off to the next slide. Okay, this is a brief of what I'm going to talk to you about our history, accomplishments, skateboarding and crypto, our app, skatehive.app, the future outlook, and how to support us if you like what we're building. Okay, so about our intro. We started our community back in 2018, late 2018, early 2019 in the, you know which platform, I'm not gonna mention it here. We were just a handful of people back then, and we have evolved a lot. We forked to Hive, we renamed our community to Skate Hive, and here's where we are right now. We have over 1,600 subscribers from over 17 countries. We also run a Hive Witness with 2 million votes. Our community payouts are over $70,000. We also have, our app is open source. We have more than 28 forks in GitHub. And the best part is that we have onboarded 2 skate shops on Hive who are accepting HBD, and this way we're supporting local skateboarding communities and the skateboarding culture. Okay, now, what crypto and skateboarding have in common? As you can see in the slide, crypto and skateboarding have something in common. They're both community-driven. So, skateboarding is not a mainstream sport. Skateboarding is slowly becoming a mainstream sport. Unfortunately, in my opinion, skateboarding is all about culture. Skateboarding is all about connecting with people, meeting new people, traveling to new destinations, skate new spots, and yeah, it's all about community. That's what we believe ties skateboarding with crypto, and that's our motto of how we're building Skate Hive. Skate Hive does not have a core team. Skate Hive is a community of lots of different contributors with different backgrounds, and we're trying to keep it this way. We're trying to onboard people, teach people about crypto, show them how they can contribute to the development of our platform and our community. And we believe that's the right approach if we want to keep our culture alive and the skateboarding spirit alive. Okay, now let's move to Skate Hive app, our web app. As you can see at the left, this is our long-form content page. It's like a magazine where you can just slide over, a never-ending magazine to be more precise. You can just scroll through all those different posts that are shared from our community, which we believe is really cool because right now, actually, skateboarding used to be driven by magazines, used to be driven by VHS tapes, and now this is changing with short-form content like Instagram and TikTok. And we believe that having a magazine-style long-form post section will bring back this spirit, this old-school spirit of skateboarding. and will teach young people and will show young people how skateboarding was and how to preserve our culture. We also have a short form content section, which I'm going to show it to you in a little bit. This is our wallet page at the left. We also have a gamified experience with cards, profile cards, which show your Hive power. You can also complete quests in our platform, which reward you with experience. And we believe a gamified approach is the best way to educate people, to onboard people, and most importantly, to retain people on our platform. Now, here is at the middle of your screen, you can see our short form content. It's like an Instagram style section, but of course, it's rewarding, and every information is stored on the Hive blockchain. At the top left, at the left side, you can see our cards. I explained it earlier. You can see users' Hive power. You can see their experience. We also have a section where users can upload their video parts, which, by the way, are slowly fading away due to the short form content of skateboarding these days. And here is a list of some features we currently have developed in our app. Thread posts, the short form content, blog posts. We also have an airdrop section for Hive and HBD. The more experience you have in skatehive.app, the more rewards you can get from daily airdrops. We also do multi-chain airdrops. There is a MetaMask login button on SkateHive app. We have 8 Hive power-based user levels. We have AI-generated tweets and casts for our users to be able to share their information on X automatically. The flipbook view of blog posts, the magazine section I explained earlier. You can customize your profile. We also have an off-ramp solution for our Brazilian community. They can convert their Hive tokens into their local currency inside the app. No posting fees. We have a donation button where you can donate to our treasury, to our community treasury. And one of my personal favorites, we have a community skate spots map where users can pin spots, they skate, local spots, and get rewards, earn Hive tokens for doing so. This is the front page of SkateHive app. You can type SkateHive app and check it out yourself. At the left, you can see the short form content, and at the right, you can see the long form content. At the top, you can see all our users' profiles. You can just click on them. Their card will appear, the card I showed to you earlier, and also their profile. Now, about our forks. As I mentioned, we have 28 forks already. Some of them are here. This is the Soma Skate Shop from Brazil fork, where users can buy skateboarding gear, t-shirts, merch, pretty much everything with HBD. And thanks to Distrigator, they can earn back a percentage of their purchases, which I find really, really cool. And this is the Inspired by SkateHive section. Our community members have forked SkateHive, have developed their own SkateHive things. For example, SurfHive, a surfing community on Hive, Skateboard Quest, a really fun platform game developed by Webinar, the SkateHive dogs, which explain everything about SkateHive. Also, we have a proposal section, the public goods section, where users can propose their ideas. We have a community treasury, and the community votes in their proposals. Here's the skate spots map I explained earlier. We have more than 100 spots right now pinned in our map. And my community template, our open source app, which has been forked many times. Okay, about the future outlook. I think the future looks bright for SkateHive. We aim to increase our user base. We aim to add a lot of new cool features into SkateHive app, launch more in real-life contests. We have already launched a bunch of them, with the last one being in Brazil a month ago with $500 as rewards pool. We want to support more local skate communities by onboarding skate shops, and the skate shops can then accept HBD as payments, so our users don't have to convert their Hive earnings to their local currency. We want to create a circular economy inside Hive. And we also are planning to build, we're actually building, but it's gonna take a while, build DAO tooling for Hive, which we believe it's gonna be a really cool feature for all communities that decide to fork our app, and actually to pretty much everyone that wants to use it. And last but not least, educate skateboarders. Onboarding is cool, but we also believe that onboarding, just onboarding doesn't work. You need to educate people to show them the power of Web3, the power of Hive, and how a community can drive SkateHive to the moon. Now, last but not least, here is how you can support us. As I mentioned, we're running a witness. It's named SkateHive, which you can vote if you enjoy what we're building. You can also follow our curation trail. It's called Steam Skate. Sorry for this. You can also curate SkateHive app posts. You can fork our app, which is everything is open source. It's on GitHub. And you can also join our community and contribute your talents to SkateHive. Everyone is welcomed. We want to invite everyone, bring your talents, and let's build something cool together. Here is a QR code. I don't think you can scan it right now, but we'll be uploading our presentation on Hive, so you can find it over there. Here are some of our homies. This is Webinar doing a flip from side crooked, and Webinar again, falling over a barrier. And one more QR code for our curation trail. You can scan it now or later and support our mission of onboarding skateboarders to the Web3 world. I think that's it for my presentation. Quick one, but we're still developing our platform. We're still adding new features. Our community is driving everything we're building. We don't have a core team, just contributors. Join us, support us if you want, with any way you want. And that's it. SkateHive for life. Thank you for listening.
Yes, thanks a lot, man. Any questions for the SkateHive? Yeah? Does anybody have a question for the SkateHive? Yes, the Starkey. Hey, Matt.
I've noticed, thank you, by the way, for everything you guys are doing know-how at SkateHive. I think your front end's amazing. I don't know if anyone else has anyone seen the SkateHive front end? It's freaking cool, eh? It's good. Check it out.
I love you, bro.
I'd just like to say, like, thanks for all the stuff you're doing with communities as well. I really like this idea of spinning up your own version of SkateHive and spinning up your own platforms on SkateHive. Can you tell us what the next thing is that we should expect from that? I think a lot of other SkateHive type communities can come out of this and easily set up their own platforms, and I think that's a very important part of the technology going forwards.
So the next thing we're building, I think it's almost ready, is a 3-click fork where every Hive community can fork our app and customize their own front end, not just like our style, the Matrix and Pepe style, but their own style, which I think is really important to have all those open source tools on Hive and be accessible to every community, because we've been using platforms like Essency, PicD, HiveBlog for many years now to onboard skaters, but it's kind of more, I don't want to say complicated, but I think it's more complicated than having your own app and onboard skaters or any niche community members directly. So that's the next step. We're focusing to polish our 3 clicks fork template and of course to onboard many more skate shops around the globe and which will accept HBD payment and create this circular economy we're envisioning for so long.
Thank you.
Distributor for life. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. No, it's okay. You can put it on AliExpress. I'm done with that one. Thanks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Well, wow. Thank you, speakers, because that's it for today. We had seen some visions for the future, some skaters, some games, proposals for DAOs in museums, object reference mapping, custom maps, NFTs, but I hadn't seen one thing which is really important in the life of an anonymous alcoholic. And now he came back from the supermarket, sponsored by Consume, the local supermarket, not one, but 2 types of beer. This is the favorite, the Thomas Love, is the favorite of Lord Butterfly. And this, it's got 7.3%. By the way, I'm not promoting alcohol, but just maybe you want to have a drink. It's possible to have a beer outside over here. And this one is the Oziutsko. It's, yeah, maybe if you feel like more having a kind of a yellow can in your hands, you can have that one as well. And there's still some non-alcoholic beverages behind at the backstage. First off, I want to thank everybody on the live stream also for watching. Tomorrow at 9-ish p.m., 9-ish a.m., we will continue the live stream program from the Palace. Tomorrow I know how to pronounce it. It will be a cool place in the cellars of the palace. So it will actually be crowded in front of you on screen. Everybody is currently sitting outside because it's pretty hot in the greenhouse sauna at a wonderful location. Maybe one of the cameras could actually focus on the gallery. Yes, there. Oh wow, amazing. What else can you focus on, Mr. Cameraman? Oh no, bad jokings. So for the rest of us, so thank you guys on the live stream. See you tomorrow. And for the rest of us, we still have until 4:45, that's 4:45, when there will be a bus transportation going right downstairs on the road, which will take us to Restaurant Guzar. So we actually have 45 minutes. So have a drink, maybe have a swim. Really, I encourage you to have a swim if you have a bathing suit, or maybe not, but I think it's illegal to swim without clothes on here in Croatia. But have a swim or sit at the beach. It's really nice. Oh, Bill wants to say so. Oh, yeah. You want to do? Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Ah, okay. Yeah. Okay. One more thing, guys. Bill has got this amazing idea, which I sometimes forget, and it's about a picture, because we need a proof of attendance, and therefore I think it's a good idea if we all gather. Where would you want us to, Bill? On the stairs, of course. Oh my God. Logistics, Bill Prague. Okay, let's get on the stairs, right? On those stairs. We're all gonna gather over there, and we're gonna take a group picture, all right? Is that okay? It's just 5 minutes in the sun. And then proof of attendance of HiveFest. Let's bring this big motherfucking wall and put ourselves on the photo. Okay, group picture. Group picture on the stairs right away, and then you have a beer. Group picture. Thank you. See you tomorrow. But let's have a group picture. A picture. Yes, everybody. On the stairs. Picture. Yes, picture. Picture.